Hello, my computer duders. Alas, I could not figure out the AverMedia streamer box in time to stream any Atari tonight. I'm sure you're all devastated. I did try a trackball with it, however. I found out why I don't use trackballs for anything. Mice are just objectively better. I'm probably going to return this thing and use a USB dongle wireless mouse with the Atari, which begs the question, why don't I just use it on PC? Why don't I just stream on PC? It's a question I ask myself very frequently. Let me have a look. Actually, there is a new Atari game, Haunted House, which I can't get to duel. It's time to duel. I can't get to download on my fucking 2600, or not 2600, VCS. I would love to play it. I would love to play this game, but fortunes conspire against me. It might be easier just to stream it on PC. I'm thinking very long and hard about it. Stop autoplaying, for fuck's sake. I kind of want to make this work on my Atari first. And then I'll stream it when I'm able to stream from the Atari. What's the point of having this thing if I'm just going to play everything on Steam? See if that works yet. Please fucking work. Until then, let's get something going on PC. Actually, until then, let's listen to some creepypastas.
Maybe it really was the other way. No. There's little use having thoughts like that now. I have to commit. I have to keep going. Although, if it really was the other way, then with every step I'm just going further and further in the wrong direction. I scrunch my eyes shut in frustration, trying to flush those familiar doubts from the folds of my troubled mind. Of course, it isn't that easy. It never is. Just keeps gnawing at my hindbrain, like the sound of mice in the walls, getting louder and louder and louder until fuck! I shout into the featureless white void all around me. Fucking shit! I turn around and begin running the other way. My footsteps against the smooth white walkway do not echo any more than my shouts did. There's nothing out there for sound to bounce off of, apparently. It's also not clear where the light is coming from. It just seems to be everywhere, at a uniformly comfortable brightness. I slow to a jog, then eventually go back to walking. I can't tell if it makes any difference, as there are no visible reference points to judge by. Just me, the walkway, and the void. I stop, hands on my hips, and catch my breath. Then I lay down flat on my stomach and inch my way to the edge so I can peer underneath of it. Still nothing.
How's that?
No pillars supporting it from below. No suspension cables. Nothing. How does it stay up? If only I could find a label somewhere, a logo, such and such construction company. Why snatch someone away from their life and stick them here, wherever here is, without leaving clues? What's the point of it then? Feeling rejuvenated, I pick up the pace to a brisk walk. The path ahead narrows to an infinitesimally small point at the horizon. Is it still the horizon if I can't see the sky? This isn't the sky, is it? There's nothing underneath me. I can't be in space. There's air to breathe. I'm neither warm nor cold for that matter, but a constant, comfortable temperature. I've never seen a cloud here, nor birds. There's not even a gradient. Everything is lit in the same shade of white. It's even difficult to make out the path sometimes if I'm not paying attention. I've made the right decision. I have. I feel good about it. Right? I do. Don't I? I begin to tremble, walking more and more slowly, struggling to prevent what I know is coming. I clench my jaw, grinding my teeth. God fucking damn it, I mutter and turn around. I have to. What if the decision to reverse count was the one that doomed me, taking me further and further from the exit?
Reverse course,
I'm
not
wiser.
count.
This way. This way felt right in the first place. It was this way, wasn't it? When I wake up, sometimes it's easy to lose track of which direction I was headed in. I would say I'm 90% sure this is the way I headed when I woke up this morning. Or night? There's no sun or moon. It could be 3 a.m. right now for all I know. But then I'd feel it, wouldn't I? The human body has some sense of the day-night cycle, doesn't it? I should have kept track. The very minute I wound up here, I should have made a point to recall what time it was before. I could have. No, wait. Without a watch or something, there's still no way I could have. No, it wouldn't have made any difference. Nothing makes any difference. There is no difference here. Just this unbearably bland white nothingness. Is it nothing? Or everything? I forget. I think the white light is all of the colors of light combined, but it's the opposite for pigment. I wonder if I've passed the starting point. If I can even call it that. Whatever point along this path that I first woke up at. Then again, if it goes forever in both directions, there is no true center. I wish I had something, anything to leave as a milestone. If I had clothing, I could take off a sock or whatever and leave it there. That way I'd know how far I'd come. At least, how far from that point. I couldn't measure travel time in days, but I could measure that in sleeps. 4 sleeps away from the sock. 5 sleeps. 6. But whoever did this to me must have thought of that. Of course. Of course they thought of it. That's why they didn't let me keep my clothes. That's why there are no pillars. Otherwise I could count them to measure the distance. I just have to keep going in this direction. I should have never doubted myself. What's the use of doubt when there are only 2 directions I could choose? When neither direction has any to recommend it over the other? Can they even really be called different directions when nothing distinguishes one from the other? That nagging little voice chimes in like it always does, saying the same damn thing it always says, too. There is no exit. Shut up! Shut up, shut up, shut up! Up, you little fuck! You think I haven't considered that? I've done nothing but consider it. There's no wind, of course. That would create a meaningful difference between the 2 directions. If the wind blew parallel to the path, then in only one direction I'd have to walk against the wind, where in the other direction I could walk with it. That would make the decision easier, so of course there's no wind. Of course. If it blew perpendicular to the path, it would feel different going one way versus the other. I can't say exactly why, but I feel certain that would undermine whatever all of this is meant to achieve. That's all I can do. Notice stuff like that, and try to model the situation in my head, to figure out from what little there is to go on, who might have put me here, and why. There's just so precious little to work with. White path, white void, me. I don't have any enemies that I know of. None that could afford to build something like this, certainly. I've tried shitting and pissing in hopes that I could at least leave an identifiable mark, but there's nothing. I can't do either. I do gradually get hungry and thirsty as I grow more and more tired, but every time I lay down on the path and fall asleep, when I wake up my hunger is gone. My thirst is gone. Am I starting over at the same point every time I wake up? That can't be. It can't. But if it were true, how would I know? How could I tell the difference? God damn it. Even Sisyphus knew which direction to go. At least he knew he had to go up the mountain rather than down it. I'd gladly push his boulder at this point, just to have something to do. Am I being fed while asleep? I don't see how. If I'm being drugged, there's no needle marks anywhere on my body to indicate it. I've thought many times that it must be a dream, but that's too vivid. I've only rarely had dreams this vivid, and even then, they never lasted so long. Despite my every effort not to, as I walk, I imagine the exit receding further and further into the distance behind me. Anxiety swells within me until finally overflowing. I again curse loudly, turn on my heel, and head in the other direction. It could be this way. It could. What was my reasoning for going the other way in the first place? I didn't have any. If it's actually this way, I've only wasted countless hours going in the wrong fucking direction. It was like this before, wasn't it? Even before I woke up here, anytime I made a choice, I unavoidably destroyed all of the other possible lives I might have lived. Rather than dwell on it, I instead wonder why it is I remember having a life before this. I'm in hell, aren't I? It can't be a simulation or I'd have no memory of a life before waking up here. But this isn't the hell I've read about. There's no fire here. Neither is it agonizingly cold, as some conceptions of hell in other religions are described. There are no wicked little goblins tormenting me with red-hot pokers either. The only one tormenting me is myself. If I could just choose, just like that, all at once, if I could fully commit to one direction and never look back. Maybe I was close to the exit. I might have been. Maybe I only have another hour of walking to go before finally reaching the only way out of here, just to turn around and head in the wrong direction. Based on what? Fear? Uncertainty? Those two little things are closely related, I think. Did aliens do this? I never believed in aliens. Then again, I never believed in a white void with an endless walkway either. Assuming it is endless, I mean. For all I know, there are exits at both ends, and my dumbass will never reach either just because I can't decide. I wish there was somebody else. If there were two of us, we could each go off in our own direction, and I'd feel some degree of solace knowing at least one of us would make it. Unless there were really no exits. Give me some indication, you bastard! Or bastards? I don't know. However frantically I shout demands and threats into the void, I only receive silence in response. How like the silent indifference of a universe which owes us no explanation. I stop in place and sit down, cross-legged, to think. But what good will that do? What is there to think about which I haven't already considered? Is there still hope that some crucial pattern in all of this will become apparent, which I've so far overlooked? I stay like that for a few minutes. I'd estimate, anyway. There are no reference points for the passage of time either, except for how many times I've slept, though I soon realize I've lost count. In the absence of external reference, in an unchanging environment, what distinguishes an instant from an eternity? How similar 0 is to infinity. One infinitely small, the other infinitely large, each of them boundless, but in a different respect. What trouble the human brain has when it strives to fully grasp infinity. evolved only to deal with relatively narrow ranges of sizes, speeds, temperatures, volumes, and quantities found on Earth's surface. No wonder you get such bizarre, erratic results if any value in a computer program is made infinite. No wonder human behavior becomes so erratic as a result of a belief in any eternity of paradise or punishment after death. If the stakes are indefinitely high, what act will you not commit to avoid torture of infinite duration? What bounds of loyalty will you not forsake to instead pass into eternal bliss? Your own family? Your country? All of humanity? What do any of those matter, being that they are all finite, making them vanishingly insignificant next to the infinities of heaven and hell? What amount of suffering will you not endure? When no matter how severe, it is nothing compared to an infinite hell? What amount of earthly pleasures will you not sacrifice, when they are nothing compared to an infinite heaven? It makes some sense to me of why somebody would hijack an airplane full of innocent people and fly it into a skyscraper, or strap explosives to their body and detonate them at a crowded wedding, or throw their gay children onto the street. Computers fall apart at the seams when infinity is introduced, and the human brain is no exception. What other outcomes can possibly occur when the finite comes into contact with the infinite, except insanity? It doesn't even have to be real. The convincing illusion of infinity has the same effect. Whether it's the carrot and stick, threat and bribe, good cop, bad cop dynamic of an eternal afterlife designed to motivate belief and deter doubt, or just a featureless, white walkway. There's an exit at both ends. I can't say why, but I feel sure of it. Wouldn't that be all? I bet there's no more than 10 miles apart, too. That has to be it. It has to be. That's the punchline of all of this. Put a rat in a maze and it explores until it finds the exit. Put a human on a walkway and... The rat is stronger, though, in some respects. It has a simpler mind which does not become paralyzed by choice. That is a specifically human frailty. Like suicidality. There is no rat, bird, spider, or turtle which ever needed to be persuaded to go on living. Neither was there ever any animal besides humans that could be trapped this way, in a cage with no walls. Is there any more accurate descriptor of human society? I absolutely hated my job, yet even though I could have walked out the front door and never returned, I instead remained. I hated cities, yet I lived in one. I hated my marriage, yet I kept trying to make it work. Even my country, surrounded by invisible borders, is a cage with no walls. Just a series of cages, economic and social, with no walls, nested inside of the other like Russian dolls. What made me stay in those cages? In every case, the psychological frailties is specific to humans, the unique set of weakness that comes with high intelligence, which the rest of the animal kingdom is in many ways better off without. A rat wouldn't be sitting here. It wouldn't have reversed course countless times, agonizing over the possibility that the exit is in the other direction, or that there are two exits, or none. It would pick a direction and go. Yet, even knowing this, I cannot do the same. I stand up, begin walking, then stop after just a few steps. What if the path only extends to infinity in one direction? What if the exit was only a few miles from me in the other direction when I first woke up here? I tug at my hair, whimpering quietly, pacing back and forth, hunched over, mind racing. I have to be like the rat, don't I? Be like the rat. Don't think about it. Just do it. Action without thought, pure and simple. Just pick a direction at random and... I can't. I can't. Not without knowing. A rodent with a brain the size of a pea can do something that is impossible for me. But then, as I dwell on it, I realize that I can do something that's impossible for any other animal. Down is the only decision I haven't tried yet. It makes such perfect sense, but that didn't stop me from having second thoughts when I slid my body over the edge, gripping on with my fingers as I feel my legs dangle freely below. Panic grips me. What am I doing? This is insane, but what if it is the right answer? This whole situation is insane. Maybe the solution is too. That reasoning does nothing to placate whatever primal section in my brain is responsible for my self-preservation instinct. It's going off like a police siren now, fighting my every effort to loosen my grip on the edge of the walkway. No, you don't, it says. You must live. Could it be that whoever or whatever put me here assumed I wouldn't do this? Otherwise, it would have been a closed corridor, surely. Or maybe they're counting on it. Only one way to find out. I gulp, close my eyes, and release the edge. The air howls in my ears as it rushes past, my body tumbling end over end as I plummet through the empty white abyss. I glimpse something below, rapidly growing larger as I fall toward it. The floor? Was I just inside some massive chamber this entire time? No, it's... it can't be. It can't be. It's another walkway. I maneuver like a skydiver, best I can to avoid it. I watch in astonishment as it whips by, receding above me until I can no longer see it. How many walkways can there be? Unless a new possibility dawns on me, hair matted against my scalp by the wind. What if that was the same walkway? As if in confirmation, I see another identical walkway rushing up from beneath me. Again, it whips past while I struggle to fathom what it all means. There can't just be infinite walkways. It has to be the same one, right? But then, if they are identical in every respect, what distinguishes those two possibilities from the other? Useless thoughts to have right now. I assumed when I let go that I'd either fall forever or hit the ground and die. Isn't this more promising? I have to land on one of those walkways, however. How do I do that safely? Will it even hurt? Hunger has never been a problem. Thirst has never been a problem either. Can I even be injured here? The answer arrives in an abrupt, sickening thud when I maneuver myself into the latest walkway to rush up at me out of the endless white nothingness below. My mind goes blank as every bone in my body shatters, and a mixture of blood and teeth spew forth from my mouth. I wheeze, bloody bubbles forming around my lips in the process. Everything's hazy. Why? Why did I do this? I could have just chosen a direction. I grasp feebly at the cold, hard white walkway, pulling my broken body along like a snail, movement lubricated by the pool of blood underneath me. I cough, splattering the formerly pristine white surface ahead of me with yet more blood. Why didn't I think to mark it with blood before? I feel lightheaded. Fuck me. I've done it now, haven't I? This is it. I could have picked a direction, but I had to know. Up ahead, as my vision slowly fades to black, I can just barely make something out. A pointed white archway with a door in it. The blinking, illuminated sign just above it reads, "Exit."
How was that? I'm going to intersperse gameplay with creepypastas because I just got all my audio stuff. I got all my shit in a pile, basically. And it's nice to have it like that, and I wanted to celebrate it because I've been cleaning up and polishing my link tree so that nothing links to like YouTube or anything that's not supposed to, or that they wouldn't expect it to. That everything looks like a portfolio, basically, so I can use it to network. Hang on. any minute now, one of these is going to work. Where's that one? Neither one of those is correct. Hang on. Alright. I need to fuck around a little bit. I need to borrow this one. No, that one's underneath. Fuck, I don't know what to do. This went smoother in my mind. I imagine this going much easier than it is. Do I have another camera somewhere? I just don't know where it is. Trying to set up a... Basically, this is the most ghetto solution I've ever attempted on this channel. My idea, since I cannot seem to stream from the Atari using the appropriate method, which would be to set up the streamer box in between the Atari and the projector. Plan B is to just point a web camera at the projector screen. Oh yeah, Short Talk, if you think that's about a gloomy ending, there's an alternate ending in the Substack version where she drags herself through the exit and it deposits her on an endless flat plane. So she just went up a dimension. What am I looking at here? It's not what it's supposed to be. I'm gonna make this work. I'm not giving up so easily. Maybe this will work. Sorry for the delay. Yeah, no, it's not great. It's not my number one choice. But I'm just gonna try to get something working tonight. There, that works, kind of. It's not ideal. It's a little bit worse than that, actually. It's even less than ideal. Not ideal is a understatement. It's actually probably about as good as I can get it. Can I position this any better? Probably not. I just want to share with you guys the joys of the Atari VCS. Yeah, it's screen wall. It's kind of blinking. It shouldn't be. Look at this polished professional user interface. You don't have any audio, do you? Let me see if I can fix that. No, I can't. I can't fix that. Also, I'm prevented from buying anything, which may be a blessing in disguise. I can't place any fucking purchases. Neither can a lot of people. 27% of VCS owners reported on Atari's Discord that there's a bug in the software that prevents them from buying anything currently. It's having trouble with the internet. Everything has to be loaded from the internet. Please check your internet connection and try again. It's not going to cooperate because I'm streaming, I think. I'll have to play offline content. So it plays 8-bit games. It'll play homebrew not 2600, 7800 games. I'm trying to start it. Here we go. Can you hear that? In the background? This is a puzzle platformer, and that fucking killed me immediately. It's Indiana Jones, I get it. No, that still kills you. I might restart, I don't like this level. It's roughly equivalent to... I want to say Commodore 64. Made it out. So you're affected by gravity. It's kind of like Descent in 2D. What do I do there? Play some more of that. I don't know how to exit to the menu in that game. Is this living in the future? This is just having a projector, isn't it? Projectors are cheaper than flat panel TVs. Have you played Atari today? Restricted. Let's do Desert Planet. Finally, we can shoot some stuff. If we touch those things, they blow up, though. Fucking. There's no way to go back to the menu either. Oh, that fucking works? Since when? That makes a lot of sense. That's what I'm supposed to do. Checkpoint. Bitch titties. Anyway, that's that game. It's competent. It's an interface. I can't really say that much bad about it. Everything works at what it's supposed to be used for. Would I characterize this as being on par with the rest of the industry, though? No, not really. It's behind. It's behind like Xbox 360 and shit. So it's not. Kind of just barely does the job. It does the job, is the best thing I could say. Centipede is cool. Centipede accepts mouse control, which is a far better way to play it than a joystick or a gamepad. There's input lag when we start shooting for some goddamn reason. Okay, I need a different mouse than this one. Centipede is still addictive for some reason. Some of these you kind of had to get groomed by. Kind of have to have Stockholm Syndrome. Fuck. This is really bad. I might want to use the gamepad, actually. It's a fun game when it controls properly. Sometimes they make it down and you can't stop them. When they flash like a rainbow like that, you just gotta accept that they're gonna be down there with you. So you just charge the front lines. And that's that. I gotta give him kudos for a lot of really cool creative power-ups. But they could have done more with it. Like, look at how much Shatter did with the concept of Breakout. That's why I haven't bought Breakout Recharged yet. Fuck. Try with the... joystick. I lost connection. There we go. Joystick is extremely crude. You can only make big, swift motions with it, as you can see. It's really not something you ever want to play Centipede with. Because it's not analog. It feels good to play with, giggity, but it's just not precise. Oh, you're down here with me now, huh? See what I mean? It's a crude implement that we only tolerated back in the day because we didn't know what we were missing. It's really fun though. I think the reason Centipede got under my skin is because it was one of the arcade games in Moccasin Point, which is a cafe on the lake where I used to vacation. This makes them scared of you. They all run up and then they come back down again. I'm actually doing pretty well with the joystick. Yeah, I'm gonna return this fucking thing. Not the Atari, the I know I said I wasn't gonna get a trackball, and I did try to cancel it, but Amazon shipped it to me anyway. Because they said it was too late to cancel, so I figured I may as well try it out. I kept the box. It's not great. Now I understand why we stopped using trackballs, more or less. It's better with a regular mouse, but I don't want to disconnect my computer mouse right now to show you. I guess the only reason the arcade cabinet didn't have a mouse is because it wasn't practical to include one. I keep wanting to make a daring dash to go get the power up from the spider. Every time I do that, though, I die. Like that. Let me tell you, this looks fucking awesome with, not shutter glasses. With, chroma depth. Anyway, that's that. There's Black Widow, which is a pretty standard twin-stick shooter, which is special only in that it can also use the spinner. It's just Geometry Wars, Atari edition. Oh wow, love that strobe. This is not the best webcam I've ever used. This was, I think, the cheapest one I could get my hands on. It's not easy to control using the joystick and the spinner. But if I use the gamepad, it's just no different than any other twin-stick shooter that could have been on 2010 Xbox Live. You know what I mean? Then it begs the question, why play it on console? Or why play it on Atari? This is really all that it offers that other consoles don't offer, or that PC doesn't offer, is a unique control scheme. I've been looking for spinners that work on PC, and there aren't any. You have to build your own. MAME has support for self-built spinners with it's programmable. But that's a fucking fate worse than death. You have to set that up. It's kind of unbelievable that there's just no support baked in, and there's no for like Tempest 4000 on PC doesn't have baked-in spinner support. Shit. So you twist it to twist your spider, and you use the joystick to move. And we're never going to get the spinner direction fixed on Tempest 4000 either, because that was done on commission by Atari. Jeff Minter has no financial incentive to go in and fix that. Unfortunately, the spinner is backwards on Tempest 4000 on console, so it's close to perfect, but it's not quite perfect. Has a super bomb thing that you don't... I guess you do have that in Geometry Wars. So this is just about on par with Geometry Wars, with the only added complexity that there are randomly forming barriers. I can do pretty well with a joystick, but I'm much better with two thumbsticks, as anyone would be. It is pretty fun though, this way. It feels good to play this way, even if I'm not as good at it. It's a damn fun game. I'm about to say something that sounds lewd. I swear to God it's not lewd, but using a fucking digital joystick, you just kind of jerk it the direction you want it to go. And the reason it was so goddamn stiff on the original 2600 is because they knew children were just going to jerk that stick as hard as they possibly could in the direction they wanted to go, thinking it would make them go faster. Which we did, not understanding that it wasn't analog. Kind of like how you would wave the NES pad around in the air, thinking it would help you jump faster and move quicker as Mario. Shit, dick titties. I got an extra life at some point. Yeah, like, it's entirely possible to play this way. But unless you're some kind of sicko, why would you? Which is unfortunate because the joystick is the sole novelty of the system. One viewer, wow. What day is it today? It's Monday, there should be more. So that's it with the joystick. And unfortunately you can't switch controllers while in the game. They didn't think of that for some reason. You have to exit out of the game and then you have to shut off the joystick and then turn on the controller and then go back into the game for it to work properly. Play some Tempest while I have the joystick turned on. Also, Major Havoc is pretty fun. Monday. Which is a shame because it's fun to use the joystick. It feels pretty good. It just only works for several games where no precision is needed. Wow, there's a cursor. It doesn't seem like there should be. Here's OG Tempest, which is the only version of Tempest on this console that has the correct rotational direction. Which is amazing when it works correctly. Every idiot who plays this for the first time is like, why don't I just do this? Why don't I spin continuously? Like, go ahead, do it, try that. See if that works, see how that avails you. I don't know why it's so hard as balls to get that Avery Media set up either. I did it before. I think I'm missing a cable or something. You have Super Zapper in this version, but you don't have the jump. Jump is specific to 2000 or later. You really just have to never let them get to the rim in this version. Bitch titties. If you run into a spike on the way out, it kills you and you have to start over. Because they really wanted your quarters at that time, and they still do, I guess. Damn it. God damn it. Classic game though. It really looks beautiful on the vector monitor in the arcade. Even though it's not as sharp as a black and white game because it has the RGB filter. Dicks. Not gonna bother. I mean, I guess I am. This all could have been avoided if there was just a good USB spinner for PC. That's all I fucking asked for. That's all I wanted. Actually, cancel. Great menu. Very professional menu. Here's Black Widow, the OG. So this doesn't work with the spinner. You can suck my dick. It was another vector game. I don't remember how you controlled that one. Let's see the gallery for this. It looks like 2 joysticks. It was a twin stick shooter. Like Robotron. This is mildly interesting, Crystal Castles. It's the closest Atari ever got to having a mascot. It's just fucking Pac-Man with a teddy bear. I think he used the fucking trackball too on this one. For some godforsaken reason. Get those, whatever those are. Gotcha. Interesting pseudo 3D graphics too. Moves so fucking quickly. I don't know how you're supposed to control anything. There are ports of this to everything. This is a popular game. It's just kind of 3D Pac-Man. What's up, Nettis? I guess the enemies don't become active until, oh, there's one right there. Shit. Yeah, bitches. Crystal Castles. You're eating my gems! What are you doing? They killed me. Now, you know what? Ass and balls to that. I'm playing Gravatar. I hate Gravatar. Major Havoc is way the fuck better than it has any right to be. It's basically a 3D space shooter, but there's an infiltration level. What's good, Nettis? Check this out. Imagine that seeing this in like '82. Loud music. You play a little game of breakout in the lower incline. You don't use a joystick, you use only a spinner and a button in this one. You land inside the base. You have to come in for a landing and not fuck it up. Then use the spinner to control your little running man. That's right, a spinner. You can hit your head if you jump too hard. Then it's like Metroid where there's a time limit to get out. And you don't want to run into those things. Play Breakout at the same time and on the same machine. A little bit of input lag going on, I don't know why. I've been having sporadic input lag issues on this thing. Why did it send me to the harder level? I fucked up the last one. Damn it, it's so hard not to hit your head. This is hard as balls. I didn't even get a chance to beat the first one. Let me try again. Imagine if there was like analog streaming somehow back in like the 1970s and 80s. If you could like hook up a camera to your coaxial cable for your cable subscription and send data back and stream to other people in your area. Analog streaming. How would that have worked? Or like using Sega Channel to stream Sega gameplay to other Sega Channel users. You blow up the fucking space station and you go in for round 2. And the level doesn't start until you fuck up a pawn. No. Think about that. It's really fun. This would be a really cool arcade cabinet to own, just because it's an oddity. Titties. This is the hardest one. I've never beat this one. And this is just level 2. Fuck. Shit. It's all in the mind, if you want to test me. Ninth place! I've gotten as good as 7th place before. I think that was the only time I beat level 2. It's hard as balls, okay? Don't judge me. Millipede is not my favorite. What's the... Oh yeah, the FCC. I didn't even think about that. How would the FCC view such an endeavor? And how would such a system work of analog game streaming to other people's televisions in the 1960s? You'd have to have like picture-in-picture though, wouldn't you? Because otherwise they wouldn't be able to hear you or see who's playing. So you need a headset and you need a camera. You need to point it at you. And the camera would have to put... It'd be like one of those mixing decks that they used for video editing for network TV. That would be quite expensive, actually. I'm starting to think this wouldn't work. Here's a neat game, Atari Mania. It's just WarioWare, which is a brilliant idea of how to use their backlog of IPs. Turn them into microgames and just copy WarioWare directly. It's an overworld. I am the caretaker. Right before you. So it's a mashup of 3 games. It shows you which 3 first. Gotcha, bitch. You can't hurt me. Okay, the time limit. It's just WarioWare. Commit mass murder in space. Gotcha. Based on Dark Caverns, which was Atari's clone of Gauntlet. Bitch titties. You get to move on anyway, though. Frankly, not that. It's like Missile Command, kind of. Gotcha. It's a solid idea. Shit, some of these are really difficult. Bitch titties. That can be used either positively or negatively. This is probably one of the better games. It's on this console right now. Almost. That was easy enough. Some of them are wildly more complex than others. This is the perfect controller for a game like this, though. What am I controlling? That's not the right one. Which one was the right one? I lost. We'll give it another shot, I think. This is purchasable on Steam, too. There's no good reason why anyone should have this on Atari when you can buy it on a computer. It's a wizard, man. Yeah, wizard. I think it actually would have been better if they doubled down harder on the 8-bit graphics. It looks like a Flash game at times, with the guy like wiggling back and forth as he walks. First time I've seen that one. Doing well so far. Oh, bitch titties. That was political. It was rigged against me from the start. No! Actually, passed that one. You got most of it. That's a weird quirk of Dark Caverns. Was that in Gauntlet too? Enemies don't just die, they regress to simpler enemies as they get damaged. It doesn't seem like what should happen. It's a really weird way to do higher HP. That's true. That's true. I have no good reason to be either. It's not a good console. The kindest thing I could say is it's not a bad console either. It's like an Ouya. It's like a less bad Ouya. I still have my Jaguar and Jaguar CD somewhere. And they're probably not going to support it forever either. The new CEO doesn't like it. This was a pet project of the old CEO. I'm not supposed to shoot those? The real one has red eyes. No, you don't, fucker. Yeah, gotcha, bitch. Who's the real caretaker now? The real caretaker? Did he believe he was me? That's kind of sad. It's like Soma. Adam, are you okay? Didn't see. I thought I was about to end up as road pudding. You slay monsters as well as I steal treasure. You wouldn't know anything about Nick's missing gems, would you? When I mention how grateful I am for your heroic deeds, it's nothing. I was only doing my job. Only Bentley had integrity. You and I resist the beast's charms, but poor Bentley has always been a few bit short of a bite, if you know what I mean. I guess that's true. Bentley was always more gullible than the average bear. Being possessed by these anomalies that makes things more complicated. You catch up with them quick. Good luck, caretaker. If you only let these people provide the pile of priceless fuels. Head back to Dark Chambers now. It's just like Wreck-It Ralph, kind of. Grab the fucking hammer. It's hammer time. If anyone's wondering, no, the jokes don't get any better. Oh, I can hammer pegs down. Is that a jewel over there? Oh, it's a poster. These are the bonuses you get. Let me wipe up this cum. You have to clean up all the messes that are left behind. So there's two meta. There's a meta game here. There's the WarioWare micro games, but there's also like a isometric Zelda / Metroid overworld going on. Oh no, not again. I don't want to do this. I didn't realize it would let me do the same games again. That's if you want to replay them, I suppose. What the fuck is this? It's cum. You can clean up the cum. If I use this. Push it? Can I just push it? I can't. It's full of puzzles. I can't reset it. Shit. What if I... Why can't I push that? They've got handles on all sides of them. They've got handles on all sides, right? I'm not bugging them, am I? Anyway, you get the idea. I really want this to do well. It's a nice little home for games exactly like this. AntStream sucks. AntStream relies on a really good internet connection. I can't connect an external antenna to Atari's Wi-Fi, and I'm underground right at the moment. So, I can be the first person to stream Atari 2600 that's not just emulating it. Never mind. I guess I am emulating it. It's on an Atari machine though. I didn't actually know as a kid all the different versions of this game. My sister knew how to set the switches to get. There are different versions where you can make it harder, you can make it more involved, and you can make the world map bigger. Actually, I still need this, don't I? I can't go and take the black key there yet because there's this guy. There's only 2 dragons in on easy mode. I always just used to play on easy mode. There's the Grail. I'll put it on top. Nope. Y'all know this from Strong Bad, probably. Here we go. I'm gonna wear it as a hat. This was RPGs once upon a time. Keep in mind, while kids were playing this on their 2600s, you could play Wizardry or Ultima on a home computer, but home computers were unfathomably expensive at that point. So that's the game. That's version 1. I'm not gonna play version 2 because I'll get my ass handed to me, and you'll laugh at me for losing a baby game. So I'm gonna show you one of the only modern games on this system, if you can call it modern, like 3D graphics, third-person Metroidvania. It comes with an Xbox-style controller, which is actually pretty well made. I would buy this to control PC games with. Are you not going to cooperate tonight, computer? I mean, video computer system? How foolish of me. So I have some good news, or confusing news, depending on how you want to take it. Old Lilia was not hurting for money like I thought he was. I mean, he can't afford to move, but he's not hurting financially. He's not homeless. He's not hungry. He bought a audio mixer recently. It's just the issue is he's not where he wants to be geographically. So I misunderstood what the problem was. I was a lot more worried than I needed to be. So this is Ends Reach, which I could play from the start, but I'm just going to play the current save to show you all the different areas that you can go to. If I can fucking control it, because this game has really wild input lag at times. 8% complete. Wow. And it looks like a itch.io game. Oh, it's actually cooperating somewhat this time. So there's a spaceship that's your home base. It does look like an Itch.io game, doesn't it? Basically, that's what it is. Get this holographic map of the area around the ship. It's HD, 60 frames a second for the most part. Graphics aren't great, but it has graphics. Graphics are present. I swear Atari has brain slugs that they've infected people with or some shit. I can't even explain why I like it. It's like cats, where they claw your fucking skin off and you can't explain to anybody why you love this cat. Even though it does that. It just has Toxoplasma gondii, toxoplasmosis parasites in your brain that makes you love cats. You can smash boxes if you ever wanted to do that. Enemies are really creative, really well animated, but the combat is terrible. I can't sugarcoat it. This is bad combat. The reason it's 60 FPS is because the graphics are intentionally dialed way the fuck down. Music is really amateurish. I won't say bad. It's not bad. It's just barely music. I've already got some movement upgrades. It needs better music and combat are the two things I would say it needs the most. Everything else is adequate, and just it's. I don't know what to say. It's there. It has. Does it have enemies? Yes. Does it have combat? Yes. These are like the space pirate characters. You like those N64 textures, by the way? You like those 3D footprints in the mud? They make those in the sand too. Here's the junkyard area, which is I happen to think is actually pretty kino. This is where the first boss was. I might actually start this over just to play for you guys if there's any demand. But I would have to actually get streaming working off the Avery Media for that, because I don't want to make you look at this. So it's a game. It's a game. It is a Metroidvania specifically, but it's barely. Like it has all the stuff that a Metroidvania needs to have, but nothing else extra. There's no extras here. It like just exactly has the stuff it needs to be a Metroidvania. I understand this is the developer's first project. It really shows. I don't want to be mean. It's not a bad game. It's kind of mediocre. It's like what you would expect to rent on GameCube in 2003. Except that it's HD and has a pretty good frame rate. It really, really feels like a student project, though. It really also it helps a lot when you get more moves. When you don't have any moves, it really feels even more basic. So there was a puzzle early on when I first started in this area, where these gas pipes, you see, you can activate them. And if you're looking at this and being like, why do you say the combat's bad? It's because I've gotten good at working around the limitations. There's no lock-on. You just have to hold the stick in the direction you want to attack. He's just kind of hovering on it. I already activated this one. I beat this area. I'm just showing it off. I think it's pretty good looking. It's very geometrically basic. The VCS has the hardware of a mid-range laptop circa 2017, or low end, I even want to say. It's not a powerful machine. But it has real games, if you would consider this a real game. It's not all just beat boop arcade stuff. It has some single player, narrative driven 3D games if you want them. It's really clear to me though that Atari is scraping the bottom of the barrel, like the very bottom of the barrel, by approaching first-time developers and cutting them a deal on publishing their game to the Atari store and with timed exclusivity. Because if you are a first-time developer, that's a pretty good deal actually. It gives you much better discoverability than you would have on Steam, where your game would be lost in the ocean of other games. On Atari, there's like there's 125 games total in the store right now, which sounds bad, but realize Jaguar only ever had 75 games total. So they're already doing better than Jaguar, which admittedly is a low bar. It's an accomplishment, though. If you're Filthy, we were streaming Atari VCS, a console fucking nobody has. And I can't fucking get the AverMedia box to stream properly from it, so we're streaming by pointing a camera at the projector screen. Because that's how we fucking roll around here, I guess. For the time being, anyway. That's your damage animation. Which is to say, you don't have one. Can I make it over here? Yes, I can. I already got this power up. It's a console no one's heard of with a game no one's heard of. Ends Reach. Which, as of this stream, is still exclusive to the VCS. A bunch of other games that were former exclusives, like BPM Boy, are now no longer exclusives and they're available on Steam. Which is where you should buy them if you're a sane person and not a hipster like me. Let's go to the tropical area. You have something like mana or action points that regenerate. It's a projector, not a monitor. But yes, I am, because I can't get the AverMedia to work. I have... There's two special cables that came with. I only know where one of them is. I have it connected to the Atari, to the projector, and the PC is connected also. There's a splitter involved. I need to look up a diagram online. I looked up a diagram when I connected it the first time, and everything was peachy and worked exactly how it was supposed to. But I don't need that anymore on my PC because I have a newer CPU. So I don't need to offload the burden to anything. I only really need it to stream consoles now. I'm not really a console guy most of the time. I haven't picked up my Switch since 2018, I think. Especially since I can emulate it on Steam Deck now. So like I said, it's adequate. This is an adequate game. Is this like what you would get on Switch? Probably not, unless you scrape the extreme bottom of the Switch store barrel. There's probably some shit like this on Switch, but it's not what most people buy. But at the same time, it's also not the absolute bottom tier. It's not like plug and play garbage. It's trying to be Metroid Prime in third person. It's funny you should say that, Filthy Weeb. Here's my pitch to you. The Atari VCS is pretty much ideal for quick pick-up and play games. That's most of what it has on its store. Is arcade-style games that were made by Atari themselves as remasters of their 2600 and arcade classics. Okay, it's having issues with delay again. Don't go off the edge. I said don't go off the edge. It's having... Whenever it loads a level, there's input lag. There's 2 or 3 second input lag right now. That's now... I'm not doing that. Okay, now it seems to be working again. Nope. Don't go off there. It's not great. It's not literally the worst, but it's also not great. I think the issues are more specific to the software than the machine, though. What era would you say these graphics are from? I want to say Dreamcast, if this was on a 4x3 monitor at 640x480, or like PS2. It's not quite Xbox or OG, or maybe it is. Maybe it's about Xbox OG. Where did I leave off? And no, stop there. It's the input lag is too bad to play. I'm not doing that. I pushed that like 3 seconds ago. Now it's fine again. I don't know what the fuck is happening. It comes and goes. Like I said, there are a lot of drawbacks to Atari. Not just going with one generation newer chipset, which would have given them Vega 8 graphics, which would have let them port a lot newer stuff to their machine, which is what they should have done. There's a conspiracy theory. The reason they made this console at all is they got a really killer deal on a bunch of soon-to-be scrapped Ryzen, first generation Ryzen chips, and they were like, we can maybe do something with these. And they wouldn't have. It's like how Vectrix only got made because the company got a good deal on a bunch of heart rate monitor tubes, which doesn't bode well for the future of the platform. You're not wrong. This is... Let's all put on our kid gloves, though. This is the developer's first project. It looks like a student project because it basically is. It's responding now, at least, to inputs properly. Looks like the Unreal Engine, doesn't it? I can read lore, I can scan just like in Metroid Prime. It's trying really hard to be third-person Metroid Prime, but differentiating itself, number one, by being third-person, and number two, by not having any guns. It's all melee combat, which I wish it wasn't. The melee combat is atrocious. And you know it really is, because I would love to gas up this console and its games, but it's really hard to do. Having said that, if I say a nice thing about this game, I kind of like the low-poly aesthetic. Kind of feels mid-2000s. Or not mid-2000s, early 2000s. Like 2001, 2002. Bad camera angles. Everything's still angular. Oddly good-looking water. Oh, nope, it's lagging again. Sometimes water kills you, sometimes it doesn't. Stop going that way. Oh, there was a boss battle here. I already killed it. I can't control anything. It's still spinning. I didn't tell it to do that. I can only stop it by moving this control stick in the opposite direction. I can't move the view now. There we go. This needs a lot of work. It's basically early access. It was probably a good deal for the developer, because they get early access time to refine the game. They get money for having it on their their console first. They get discoverability. I can't stop him from moving. The lag is really bad. And randomly it gets fine again. It's fine right now. It's really hard to place. It mostly looks like PS2. No, I didn't respond to button presses. So stop responding mid-jump. This oddly does feel like a spiritual successor to the Jaguar, because I'm playing like games that are barely finished, or that are half finished. The graphics are like okay-ish, but they're way behind the times for the console's release date. Everything only kind of works. That's what it was like on Jaguar, playing 3D games. It was like, they were like 75% of where they needed to be to have a basic entry-level 3D game up to the standards of like the Saturn. Or maybe like maybe like a PS1 launch title. I'm really selling it, aren't I? Okay, so there's a chain here. It's a force field, I can't seem to unlock it. Will I say, do you? It's like human music from Rick and Morty. Boom, 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 boom. It's fine ambient music, but it's like elevator music. I can't fucking control anything. I think there's a memory leak. Will I say that the Atari VCS is a good console? No. Will I say it's an interestingly bad console? Yes, I will. It is a fascinatingly bad console. It would actually be not as bad if it was just straight up unusable. The fact that it pretty much works most of the time and that it has games that are technically games on it. Anyway, that's my menu. There's key items I don't have, there's blueprints. You can actually craft stuff. You can get blueprints and crafts. Oh, am I supposed to jump up there? That's the first time I've seen that. What the fuck is this? It's a portal. I might actually make some progress on stream tonight. If the controller fucking cooperates. I don't know what causes that kind of lag. Some other instructions are taking priority in the back end over inputs, which should not be the case. Yeah, no, it plays a bunch of stuff on 720p low that you wouldn't expect it to. It plays GTA 5 at like 30 frames a second on low. Somebody played Cyberpunk 2077 on low, but that was like at 10 frames a second. There's a lot of stuff you wouldn't expect it to be able to run, that it does run fine on low. It actually was not, it was 30 on mid, it won't quite do 60. If on low, it'll do Overwatch at 58 frames a second. And that's about also what it runs Skyrim at. on low. It's a puzzle of some description. If you've ever just really been interested in bad consoles and exploring what they have to offer, and being like, why are you like this? This is the machine for you. I'm sorry the camera's so bad. I tried a bunch of different cameras, and this was the one I got to work. It's the cheap one I used on the aquarium. When am I going to get back to streaming hamsters again? I wonder that as much as you do. I'm putting the old modules back together. That seems to be my best option. What do I do here? To be honest, I don't really want to stream hamsters anymore, though. It was kind of nerve-wracking when I was doing it, trying to keep them safe. What's this over here? Instructions I need to read? North of the Temple City. Ancient rites. The answer's always behind you. That's true. The point is, it does actually play games that are still popular. It plays anything Source Engine perfectly. Because it's fucking Source Engine. There's a lot of stuff that will absolutely run on this. Question is at what cost, though? What I'm gonna do with it is probably install SteamOS after I update the NVMe drive. The NVMe is gonna need to be a lot bigger than 32 gigs if I'm gonna hold Steam games on here. I'm just going to put anything on Steam that seems like it belongs here as a small, simple game. There's other floating islands I can't reach for some reason. How do I, oh. Is that what I'm supposed to do? No, grenades don't light anything on fire. How do I light things on fire? Is that an ability I don't have yet? It's really confusing. This feels almost like a finished product. I realize they're struggling. They're not really the Atari that we once knew, but that's a good thing. Atari was a bunch of fuck-ups and greedy businessmen. So the fact that it's not old Atari is a feature, not a bug. But the new Atari doesn't seem to have their shit together either, completely. They're making better decisions than old Atari, but they still are trying to do a lot with a little. They're still trying to launch a console to compete at the low end of the market with almost no money. And they've had success mostly because only because their competitors suicided, kind of. Coleco Chameleon turned out to be a scam. Intellivision Amico, Tommy Tallarico squandered the money and didn't ever ship anything to backers. So those are the two competitors that were menacing Neo Atari, and they just kind of imploded by themselves. So now they're alone in their market segment, which is basically what the Ouya was trying to be. And their whole pitch seems to be, fuck, I don't know what I'm going to do with this. Why don't you figure it out if you're so smart? And they give you a machine that's completely unlocked out of the box and make it as easy as possible for you to install any operating system you want to on it. To turn it into a whatever machine, which is not really a strong business plan or identity. That's also kind of what the Game Park handhelds were. And nobody knows about them anymore. Kind of cool looking guy. It's much better for a console. I mean, that's what a PC is. It's much better for a console to have a strong identity and to have more unique hardware that's designed around than it is for them to be like, I don't fucking know what I'm doing. I hope you do. Why don't you figure out something to do with this fucking thing? I don't know what those torches are. Anyway, Weeb, are you still there? I want to show you what I was talking about. When I said that it has games that would be good for pick up and play. Actually, no, I already played this one. I should play Tempest 4000. Oh, there it goes. I'll play one quick game of Black Widow. I really need to not stream with the webcam, though. This looks awful. They all have co-op, which is a cool feature. You saw me play this before with the twisty joystick, which is considered an extra added challenge level. That's how they could advertise the terrible 5200 controller. It's not a terrible joystick, it's just that joysticks are outmoded. And the spinner feature should have been on a separate controller. This is what I was talking about. Atari has a series of recharged games like this. $10 a piece. Matches don't last very long. Very simple but very addictive gameplay. This is basically a twin stick shooter. A lot of them are. Not all of them though. Centipede is also good for that sort of thing. That's what Atari made their millions on originally. It's just simple, quick games. It's a lot of fun. This one's legit addictive. I keep coming back to it. It's for ADHD people. I could never get into 2600 even though I grew up with it. It was too simple. I mean, it was kind of fascinating to play around with. I did spend a lot of time with it, but I didn't really enjoy the games very much. 7800 is where it became good enough to hold my attention. But these are all on Steam. Also, Atari has a new console, which is the 2600 Plus, which is a emulator shaped like a classic Atari that plays 7800 games and 2600 games for like $120. I could never figure out what the fuck to do in original Yars' Revenge either. I also hate asteroids. I didn't buy asteroids. I just don't find asteroids fun. There are a few of these though that have me by the nuts. That have me really addicted. I guess that's how they get you. It's not necessarily that all their games are bangers. They can't please everyone all the time. But everyone has a favorite Atari game, even if they don't know that that's where it originated. Flappy Bird just proves those kinds of games still have a market. Fuck. If I was quicker, I get one more life. Those yellow pulsating eggs, you can actually grab those and dunk them like a basketball down the middle of the web. I'll try to show it off. The mechanic, if I can live long enough. Oh, I hate bugs. Why did I get this? A lot of these can be had for cheap also on key reseller sites. Yard's Revenge was like $3. Ooh, I'm getting up there. I think have I broken 10,000 yet though? I don't remember. That's been my goal for a while. I'm getting there. I'm on my last life though if I fuck up once. And that's it for my high score. It's so well balanced. The default fire rate is just slow enough that they can get you. I'm so close to 10,000. I'm so close to fucking 10,000. I'm so close to 10,000. Please, Spider Jesus. No? I broke 10,000! Fuck yes! I would have gotten there quicker if I could have dumped some of those eggs, but I haven't seen any yet. I haven't seen any in a while. They do random things. Sometimes they explode. Fuck. Well, there I go. I earned an extra life, I guess. Dare I hope for 20,000? No, I don't. That's insane. It's not happening. I should just get these on Steam and play them for you. Oh fuck. Well, I wasn't paying attention enough. But also default chooses your name for you. I don't know why. I guess I have to put my name in the menu somewhere. Anyway, that's that one. Yeah, they have a Yard's Revenge recharged, but it's a bit like what you just saw, but a more sophisticated version which has separate levels. Centipede recharged. We played earlier. Let's do another game of that. Eventually I'll get to more Creepypastas, and I'll get to more Steam games. So I've downloaded some spooper games, but I just want to show this thing off, because I've had this for a while, and I really enjoy it. I guess because I'm a fucking masochist. This is Centipede Recharge, which is the same formula as the rest of their games. It's just take the game, render it in colorful vectors, and add a bunch of power-ups. They had a similar formula with Link's remasters, where mostly what they added was item shops. Which was cool too, but in a different way. Some of these power-ups you can have two at once and some you can't. There's different compatibility. There's different power-ups that work. Like you can use Ghost at the same time as any power-up, but other power-ups are incompatible. It's pretty fun. There's not a lot of these that I really like enough to play for long periods. Robotron is one of them. I wish they had the rights to Robotron. But Black Widow is close enough for me. It's still not quite the same as Robotron, though. Something about Robotron just scratches an itch. Robotron I could play for fucking ever. Star Wars Arcade I could play forever. Tempest I could play forever. I guess that's fine though, because I don't have to buy all of them. I just have to buy the ones that are actually any good. Missile Command I've never cared for. It's just not a great game in my book. Sorry to any Missile Command lovers out there. It's funny how little there's, even though it's a totally new set of people, the strategy hasn't really changed. They were trying to make the 2000 series of Atari remasters on Jaguar. Defender 2000, Tempest 2000, Breakout 2000. This is something they tried before. And it didn't work back then, but they're still doing it. Then again, the reviews for the Recharge series have been pretty uniformly positive so far, so maybe they're onto something, we just don't get it. I think you kind of have to have Stockholm Syndrome to enjoy these, because the reason I got into them is because there were a bunch of Atari and Williams arcade cabinets, like I said, at the cafe at the lake, and that was the only video games I had access to, because my dad didn't let me bring my Game Gear. They whooped my ass the one year that I did. So I knew better than to bring any handhelds, because he wanted me to enjoy nature without any distractions. But he couldn't keep me away from video games completely. So when we would go to the Lakeside Cafe, they would have Root Beer Tapper, they'd have Donkey Kong, Pac-Man, Mrs. Pac-Man, better one, and they would have Centipede. What the fuck is happening? Do I have like a super weapon or something I don't know about? Dick titties. This is about the best they could do. It's not the most creative thing they could do with their IPs, though. That would be the WarioWare clone earlier. The WarioWare clone was a stroke of genius. Atari Mania. They should also make a Mario Party clone. They could call it... Are you ready? Are you ready at home for a pun? Atario Party. I wonder if that would be similar enough to get them sued. Atario Party. But once again, they could use their classic IPs as microgames. Any game where microgames are involved. Which Mario Party has a lot of those. It's the perfect balance. It's the perfect application of their intellectual property. You fucker. Am I wrong? I've been hearing about Pizza Tower. I should get that at some point. That's really what they need, though, is the ability to negotiate deals with indie devs of popular indie games. If they locked in a game like Pizza Tower before anyone else, if they just got lucky, then it would do wonderful things for the VCS. That's also what they counted on. That was their business model back in the day. Is just churn out games, and statistically, some of the games are going to be hits. And if you own the rights to the hits, then all the better for your business. Their business was never in acquiring games. It was just randomly generating them internally. It doesn't really doesn't really work these days as well. Because they don't have any fucking money to acquire anything with. That's not true, actually. They bought Night Dive, didn't they? Atari owns Night Dive, if you didn't know that. If you have any Night Dive games, technically you own Atari games. Let's do some Tempest 2000. I'm going to switch controllers for that, though. I wonder what that means. Are we going to get ports of all the Night Dive classic boomer shooters? Are we going to get a Rise of the Triad Ludicrous Edition port for VCS? Come on, connect. The Bluetooth is also not really reliable on this. Beyond the distance of about 10 feet. Hang on. What all does Night Dive own? Night Dive did Blood. The remaster Blood. We might get that. If that would also rely on... Actually, Atari owns Blood too, don't they? They have the Blood source code, so... that we should get Blood. There could be a bunch of retro shooters on here before too long. They've been making a bunch of big investments. They bought a bunch of new servers recently. It's hard to say what they plan to do. I hope it's not more cloud stuff. I hope it's not... Maybe that is their game plan, though, is to turn the VCS into a cloud streaming console, because it already has a bunch of streaming apps. You can stream GeForce Now games on this fucking thing. I don't know why you would, but you could if you wanted to. So that lets you play modern games at good settings. They also have Xbox Cloud Gaming, which would be a weird thing to do. Again, you could do it. Nobody will stop you. But if you wanted to stream Xbox games onto your VCS and play them instead of doing it on an Xbox like a normal person, you could do it. That's kind of the theme of this console is you shouldn't and you wouldn't, but you could. I'm using the spinner on this because even though it's backwards, there's no better way to play Tempest. And Jeff Minder's not going to fix it because Atari won't pay him to. I think he did it on purpose. They had kind of a falling out. Probably because they tried to cheat him, because Atari's always trying to cheat devs. Or at least old Atari did. I don't know if new Atari did. It is technically. I mean, technically this thing will stream 4K video. Nobody's gonna buy one of these to stream 4K video on. It's really impressive how much it can do, despite how weak the hardware is. That really relies on the simple fact that a lot of Steam games don't use super modern hardware. So I'm definitely going to dual boot Steam OS on here. I think that'd be a fun novelty. To have like a Steam machine. I gotta jump now. So in this one, counterclockwise and clockwise are reversed, so that you have to relearn your muscle memory. I don't know why that happened. I really wish it was fixed. If it wasn't for that, this would be the perfect definitive version of this game. Can you play this on gamepad? You can. It's fine on gamepad. It's just the heart wants what it wants, and mine wants a spinner. There's also Jaguar controllers you can buy that are custom made that have a spinner in place of a D-pad or next to the number pad, depending on what your request. They're pricey though, and they only work because Jeff Minter included hidden code in Tempest 2000 to support spinners in the future. We thought maybe you could talk to Atari into releasing a peripheral. This is not worth it to anyone but me, though. So if you have like your game that you keep coming back to year after year, your game that if you just have that game and everything controls perfectly, then you're happy forever. You know what I mean? You know how I feel about this game. But the Tempest 2000, 3000, 4000 series, rather. Really well-made Tempest with a spinner is all that it takes to keep me entertained for years. One of the new things in 4000 is that if you get captured, AI droid will actually rescue you if you have one. Watch, I'll show you. See? Thank you, cows, whatever that means. I don't know what thank you cows means, but that's what it says when the AI droid rescues you. Jeff Minner was intimate with farm animals. And I don't say that as like a slander. He's quite open about it. He had a romantic relationship for much of his adult life with a sheep named Flossie. We don't know what gender the sheep was. I think it was female. But his current human partner is male, so it's really difficult to say. He is Welsh. I don't mean to stereotype the Welsh, but that is a stereotype that Welsh get friendly with sheep. Well, Wales is like the Arkansas of the UK. Well, it's pretty gross, but at the same time, he kind of cracked the code. He's a big, hairy man. He was never going to have a wife. But he found a way to have a waifu that he could, I don't want to finish this line of thought. He found a solution that worked for him, that let him be happy and not be lonely in his little Welsh cottage, programming games that maybe 1,000 people in total will ever play. Interesting guy. Interesting, strange man. This feels good as hell, even though the spinner's backwards. I'm a big fan. Fuck. Save me, there we go. Fun as shit. Never gets old. If you're looking for a game to do quick bouts of when you don't have the attention span for something else, this is the one to get. This or Polybius. Polybius is also Kino. Polybius is his best work since the Tempest series. He's got a new one called Aka R, whatever the fuck that means, which is a sort of tower defense plus missile command plus this, whatever you call this. It's nope, rescue me. There we go. I've gotten rescued a bunch of times now. I love that AI droid. It's just really fucking good. This is what sold a lot of people on a Jaguar. Was Tempest 2000. It was way the fuck better than it had any right to be, considering the machine it was on. Dick titties. You get one electric death per life. Do not squander them. Beauty makes you invincible and kills everything in front of you. It's a bit OP. It's kind of a holdover from Space Giraffe, which was his take on Tempest for Xbox 360 when he no longer had the Tempest license. Space Giraffe is unofficially part of the Tempest family or series. It's available on Steam, but it doesn't really run that great. It's a console port, and it's a minimal effort one. I think it'll run fine if you have a 16:9 monitor, but it doesn't have any option for mine to run an ultra wide, so it just stretches it out. Dick titties. Oh man. Really? Fuck! Enter a world. Enter a world. I hear ya. Got the quintessential 90s techno soundtrack. What have I not played? I played all the stuff that's worth playing. I'm gonna switch off and go back to streaming real games on real systems. Like PC. Like what normal people play games on. Let's someone left. Oh, like, no, what, you mean no more Atari? Fuck you. I came here just for Atari. No, we're gonna play some spoopy games right now. If y'all are down to clown. Looks like Unreal based. Chordosis, have you seen this? A bunch of horror streamers are streaming this now. It's the Grey Alien based survival horror. Really nice of you to do that, game. Hang on. I might have to restart this. It's still loading. Is it still loading? Yes, it is. Apparently you don't have to authorize shit, so it just does that for no reason. Oh, gamepad. Okay, gamepad does work. Kind of. It doesn't work well. Game contains flashing lights. Bring them on. Let's weed out the epileptics. They're not strong enough to survive the winter anyway. I'm going to do this because I'm streaming and I don't want to replay a bunch of segments. I'm sure you don't want to watch me do that either, so we're doing easy. No shame on this channel. I mean, we just streamed Atari, so obviously no shame. I'm not fair. There's some good games on there. I haven't even shown the really good ones. Most of them are on Steam too, though. The good games on Atari are just Steam games. Like Heroes of Loot and shit like that. What is this? Twitch stream big game. Good idea. You're always looking out for me. This might actually get me some views. They'll be very confused if I go back to Atari. They'll be like, what the fuck is this shit? Who fucking has an Atari in 2020? You know what it's like? It's like when you went over to your rich friend's house, and if you were alive in the 80s, the early 80s, and they had like ColecoVision It's like in South Park, how Kenny's family has a ColecoVision when everyone else has like PS2s, PS3s. You boys can play the ColecoVision. Joke's on them, ColecoVision fucking ruled. ColecoVision was one of the few systems prior to the NES that was actually worth a damn. It had a lot of really good games that looked NES quality, like the ColecoVision Donkey Kong. Damn, girl, you live like this? You a dirty dog. What's anyone's thoughts of the amazing 2021 Atari VCS console? Have inspired you to go out and run and spend $180 fucking dollars of your money on it like I did? Like the big damn fool that I am? Then again, I own a Jaguar, which I bought back in the day on clearance, and I bought a Jaguar CD, just to let you know how big of a sucker I am. I don't regret it. I thought I'm gambling on a system I don't know anything about that could have some good games, and you know what? It fucking did. The Atari VCS 2021. That's what we've been playing. When I had my camera pointed at this projector screen, that was a console. We were playing the Atari VCS console, video computer system. It came out. It was kickstarted. It came out in 2021. It's one of 3 retro consoles. Four actually. Retro consoles that came out. One was Evercade. Evercade has been 5 actually. Polymega. Polymega also was pretty successful. Polymega and Evercade have been more successful than the VCS, but they're specifically for playing games from retro systems, not new games. Although they do have some new games too. There's no audio. I don't know why. Oh, my headphones were off. Oh, Strategif missed all the Atari streaming earlier in the stream. You're gonna have to watch that on the VOD. You didn't miss much. You missed some interesting jank. That's really what the Atari is a treasure trove of. It's just really fascinating jank that you never would have known existed otherwise. Look at them graphics! Look at them graphics. I'm a driving. Fuck it, we're going to talk about what y'all want when we get to the drive-thru. Where are we? This looks like fucking Eastern Europe. Seriously, good visuals. Northern Hungary. We are in Europe. Wasn't that far off. Our streets look better than this. Cravings pack. Eastern Europe is terrifying. Diablo sauce. Bitch, you know it. Always Diablo sauce, because I hate my esophageal tract. My digestive system. Driving with mouse and keyboard never feels right. Wonder what it's like to have a mouse and keyboard, but also a steering wheel and gas pedal setup for games that require both. It probably feels really good having exactly the right tool for the job. In games like Just Cause or Far Cry. Or like Halo. Getting in and out of vehicles and being able to switch between mouse and keyboard or steering wheel. We kind of live in the Eastern Europe of the galaxy, I believe. I think that's what Earth is, and that's why aliens are like rich guys in Teslas driving through Eastern Europe and locking their doors. Why'd my car stop? Looks like the cover of a black metal band album. Yo, what's that light? Should I clench my butt cheeks? I guess the answer is you should be born with clenched butt cheeks and never unclench them. Can I get out of my car? I can't be out of fuel. Trash car. Oh, it's doing something. Oh, I live in this vehicle, actually. It's messy. I would certainly want to clean this up, but it could be cozy. It's a van lifer. Her stuff. She was always crafting, always had some project going on. This controller, it's the only thing she left behind before she disappeared. It's an Atari Lynx. What the fuck is this thing? This is the menu system, isn't it? What do I do? I don't know what I'm doing or why. That's a weird way to control anything. This is really interesting so far. Certainly really pretty. Can I just not just like curl up here and sleep? Oh, he's a smoker. Everything probably reeks in here. Oh, it goes into one of these things. I can leave the vehicle. I need gas. Got my hazards on. I can climb the ladder. You can almost never do that in games. No solar panels, stupid fucking dickhead. Now we don't know what time period this takes place in, but we have this high-tech controller. Why would you not have at least one or two panels up here? Does everything run off of gas? Is that a gas station? This is beautiful visuals. Episode 1, The Hum. I could go for one of those right now. Let me get a drink out. Are some Alamals gonna give me a Hummer? With their thin little fish lips? Might be cool, might be cool. I've had worse. I've had better though too. What would you do if you were Atari? If a wizard showed up one day in your bedroom and zapped you and cursed you to wake up the following day as the CEO of Atari, with the conditions that if you don't make it a big success and make the VCS specifically beat at least the Xbox in the next 5 years, then he's going to turn your cock inside out. Nah, I'm a wicked wizard. I'll turn your pee-pee inside out unless you make the worst console competitive. What's your game plan? I think they made a pretty smart move by buying Night Dive, honestly. That's really on brand for what they're trying to position their console as the machine for. The retro machine. The problem is they needed to do this in like 2010 when people were experimenting with Raspberry Pis. Because why would you not just buy a Raspberry Pi based emulator box if that's what you're after? Instead of a machine that's the same thing but you have to pay for it. What they need post haste are exclusives, which they're well on their way to having with Night Dive acquisition. And they need unique controls. Because there's no point to a console without unique controls. RGB grain off. Cat 2. See. No, 60, asshole. There we go. That's much better. Frames cap to 60. I would try to generate some money with exclusives from Night Dive, or at least timed exclusives. I'd release a separate controller that has all the fancy dedicated stuff that the Atari arcade cabinets had, like a 3D spinner you can push in and out like Discs of Tron had, and a trackball for playing the Centipede with. And dual joysticks, I guess, for Robotron. Although I guess you technically don't need that with it. Yeah, but now they can force it to come out on their console first. Because they own Night Dive. Why are you not open? Oh. That shit won't get... I can't move that stuff. We got electricity. That's a good sign. I think it's actually working in their favor that nobody fucking knows it exists yet, because they can relaunch it later. Once they have a better set of exclusives and hardware. Yeah, I do a separate trackball and spinner controller. I do exclusive titles. I'd spend some of their money. Because you gotta spend money to make money. They can't be so risk averse. Old Atari tried to spend no money and make billions. And that didn't work. It only worked when they had basically no real competition. They can't keep doing business as usual. How do I open this? What am I doing wrong? Let me get out of here and see if I've missed something around the edges. Oh, this looks inviting. This really looks like a tweaker shack. This really, really looks like a tweaker shack. I'm not wrong. I had some acid not earlier, the other day on the 14th, and I remembered why I don't ever take one single tab. It's a waste. I didn't see shit. Barely felt anything. Oh, it's an inventory. That's inventory. It just made me feel sick and like woozy and off balance. What? Here I can unlock it for you. Thank you, but I'm what they're looking for. We fell and leave. Because they're not usual as usual. Just hurry up. Well, he's helping you as much as you could ask for, reasonably. Can't be picky. Big cement chunks for some goddamn reason. This is beautiful, but honestly, that's par for the course with an Unreal Engine pedal. Graphics aren't the selling point they used to be, have you noticed? At least they aren't for me. I don't give a shit anymore. It's like, whoop-de-fucking-do, your game is pretty. You fucking licensed Unreal. Good job. It is a little different for horror. Horror is more effective with better graphics. But it's a question of the right tool for the job. Like, imagine Fall Guys with shaders everywhere. Would there be any point at all to that? Looks like this used to be a mechanics business, place of business. Well, is that what I needed to do? Poro Alto. I'm in Hungary, that's right. Amazing he speaks English. What are the... Oh, frame rate. Handle seems to be missing. Give me the handle. Is this a fuel refiller? I can't pick it up again. That has to be right. Natural remedy. Really strange interface. Oh, cameras, right? He's trying to capture UFOs. This man has apparently been besieged by Ayla. That could be his alien GF's name, Ayla. Ayla Mao. You can tell people that she's Asian. Okay. This is extremely graphically intensive. This is bringing my 2080 to its knees. No? Why not? Oh. Actually, yes. Oh, it's an mobile inventory. That's clever. So I have the valve wheel now. This is Kino. This was like $7, $7.50. I'm getting more than my money's worth out of this for streaming purposes. I don't know if this is something I'd ever play on its own. Like, or rather, I should say on my own, just for fun. But it seems as if it would be very entertaining to watch. It's very, very cinematic. God damn, this looks better than RE7. Was that really necessary for this spoopy alien game, Reddit? Talk about going above and beyond. Oh, so some of you may know that I got a story published in Unreal Press, Tales of the Unreal Volume 2, and they had to choose which stories from it to narrate for the Unreal podcast, and mine got chosen as the fan favorite. Which only further validates and inflates my grotesque ego. Why not work? Is that supposed to be like that? Oh, here we go. Oh, that one too, alright. This one also? Really? We got gas now. We got gas now. Is that it? Is it really going to let us go this easily? That seems impossible. Don't celebrate too soon. You're gonna jinx it. You just fucking jinxed me and guaranteed alien butt pleasure. It's got what they crave. And electrolytes. Manual saves only. Boo. Bad show. Jolly bad show. Really weird menu system. I should look for the church. It should be on the right. You're not going to make it to the town. I hate to be the one to tell you. The real horror of this world is that this is how we'll all be living if we have housing in the not too distant future. If you're not already in a house now, this is what we'll be able to afford. If you're like me and didn't make good financial choices. Boogie will be living in his Tesla. I don't feel like we need to cry any tears for him. Oh, no clipping. That's fine. That's fine. I'm not the cops. So it looks like the forest from Darkwood. This is why black metal albums look the way they do. That's not Photoshop. They just went outside and took a picture. In fucking Bavaria or some shit. Uh-oh. So it does. Hello, friend. Welcome to Earth. May I interest you in some of our fine movies? Don't watch Independence Day. Don't watch that one. Watch E.T. That's much more representative of our opinion of space visitors. This isn't the demo, by the way. This is a full version, so we have quite a lot of game here. We might not actually get to anything else tonight. What was that about? Church me. I am going to make it to the church. I'll be damned. I was full of shit, it turns out. I pass it? That would be a funny way to doom a species. Just give them AI. Is that a good spot? Am I off the road? I'm reasonably off the road. Who could ask for more? Oh, there's an invisible wall here. Not meant to stop anywhere else, I guess. I turned off all the shaders, but you know what this could actually benefit from? I mean, turn off motion blur. Whatever that barrel lens effect is on that body cam FPS game. Body cam might be Kino for something like this. Was I supposed to park here? Maybe, maybe. Oh, it's nothing. Suspicious number of bunkers in this town. Oh, this is the safety inventory boxes. Oh, I fucking get it. It's recalling the same box. This is an explanation for how it can be anywhere. Like in Resident Evil, it's just magic. In this one, it just physically transports the box around. I think I fucking love it. I think that's really clever. You just have a subterranean's item box subway. This is really good. Unexpectedly good for what they charged me. I think we're going to be playing a lot of this. I got $58 from Twitch today, which was badly needed. Thank you, Twitch. Thank you, all my Twitch followers. You do actually help support me just by tuning in and watching me fail at yet another thing. And flail around and thrash and make animal noises. Let me out. Let me out. There we go. First wall. What do you mean, the first wall? Why is there a wall? Oh, to keep aliens out? Why is there a wall? This is Hungary. This isn't the Mexican border. We're Hungarians trying to immigrate? Yeah, get in there, you little slut. Ooh, barbed wire. That's some good tetanus. Tetanus in your etnus. Oh, this is uncomfortable. Ooh, baby. Anxious, anxiety vibes. Oh no, I'm gonna get crushed. Oh, I'm feeling sick and nauseous. That was not fun. There's some moments like that in RE8 where you have to shimmy through a narrow space. And also RE7. Remember the space in the wall in RE7 where there's like centipedes crawling over your hand? It was so simple, but it's so Kino as a scary, uncomfortable moment. Just narrow spaces are an untapped source of deep discomfort for people. Even people like me who are not remotely claustrophobic. Oh. That's not how deer are supposed to be. Centipedes, yeah. Stinky and Aurora. What is this Half-Life 2 bullshit? Why is there a wall here? What's a wall gonna do to stop UFOs? It's more likely than you think. Have you seen the one where it's for Duolingo or something? It's like, can you learn to speak Japanese? No, you can't. It's impossible. And that's the ad. Really, really feeling like Darkwood now. Oof. You also don't want to fall in a setting like this because you're going to step on a rusty nail or some kind of shit like that. What'd y'all think of the fabulous game offerings of the VCS console? I didn't even show you the other timed exclusives like BPM Boy. BPM Boy is probably a better choice than Ends Reach. It's because it's actually a well-reviewed game. That's also on Steam. What's under here? Anything? Nothing. Is there something down here? There's something down there. Unless I'm terribly mistaken. Like a trapdoor or some shit? No. I could see down there. Can I move? No. I can't move the bag. I guess I'm stuck here until I figure out how to get down there. Probably by design. Can I fall through the hole? Can I fit in there? I can't fit in there, can I? Oh, there it is. There's a hole underneath that box. Good thing this guy's fucking jacked, apparently. How come no one's made a Centipede game parody where it takes place inside of a vagina? Seems like an obvious Flash parody that should have happened. Do you know why I'm here? It's my wife, right? Or sister or something. She disappeared. This would wig me out in VR just because it looks so real. Oh, it looks so real. Probably BPM Boy will be my next pickup as soon as purchases work on that godforsaken machine again. And before you ask, yes, God has officially forsaken the VCS. If any console ever has been. Oh. I don't like this. Where am I now? Why are there so many bunkers around here? What world am I living in? Am I living in a world that's already besieged by UFOs? Is that what the walls are about? This is getting spoopy. This is just right for spoopy season. Can I get in there? Let me in there. I've gone corn blind. Oh, I see. I follow the cable. It's suggesting the direction with visual cues. So far, this feels like a much higher budget game. It's doing a pretty good job. I don't know what it's doing, but whatever it's doing a pretty good job of it. Yeah, you're not wrong. It is very Half-Life 2-esque, isn't it? Am I really willing to leave my comfy RV behind? That's what I should have spent my fucking Steam It money on. Actually, no, that would have been a Roth IRA. A fucking RV or van. Guess I would be guaranteed never to be homeless. I can travel the country as needed to go where opportunities are. This is also reminiscent of that one artist, Simon Svankmajer or whatever. The Swedish guy who got that Netflix series Tales from the Loop. Where he depicts rustic European scenes, but with, oh, what was that? With futuristic props. Uh-oh, what is that? No, please, eggs. Eggs, no. Uh-oh. What happened? Was that the smoke monster from Lost? Did I fuck up? Was I supposed to hide from that thing? I got sanity effects. Something's chasing me. Oh, it's thirsty for my cheeks. What was I thinking coming out here all caked up? Where am I even going carrying all this cake around? When there's starving orphans in Ukraine with flat asses who could use this cake instead. I can still approach. Uh-oh. We gotta confirm Superman or Alamau. Why would you come to Earth just to be weird and mysterious? And to stand there behind a big blinking light? Why are you like that? What motivates aliens, I wonder? Crap. That's not the whole thing, is it? Is that the whole thing? There's gotta be more. There's gotta be more. Why make a whole inventory system? Oh, it's the next episode. There's the next episode. It's episodic. I get you. It's not as long as I hoped for. Oh, it's a playable teaser. I'm controlling this. This is really intriguing. Oh, well. I did. Oh. There we go. What are we inside of? Humans built this. It's a bunker network. Imagine if Half-Life 3 looks this good. Well, time to say goodnight. Why do I have the Mexican alien mummy? Why do I have that? Wasn't the game supposed to be over by now? Jesus! I had to learn that quickly. Thank you so much for playing in my game. Good show. Jolly good show. So I guess this is the version you also would get from the Patreon. Very pretty. Very cool. 31 gigabytes though, so I'm just going to go ahead and delete that even though I bought it. 31 gigabytes. Let's listen to a creepypasta. This is my fancy new audio repository. Make note of that URL up there. audio.com/AlexBayman/collections/ Actually, probably just this part will work. Audio.com/AlexBayman. Yep, apparently that works. Under collections, I go to this one. I've separated it into one big group and then also separate subgroups for YouTuber readings versus the No Sleep podcast readings. I'm going to play one I haven't played yet on this channel. This is a recent reading by Nightmare Club.
My Wonderful Mister by Alex Bayman. My earliest memories are of light and sound, of being left here, loud weeping fading into the distance. But Mister assures me I've always lived in the cave with him. My mind sometimes plays tricks on me, but Mister always sets me straight. In those days I was alone, crawling blindly about through the darkness, clubbing sickly rats with chunks of stone, eagerly pouring the crushed remains into my mouth. I had to learn to locate them just by sound. Another thing Mister is much better at. He can hear anything that goes on anywhere in the cave. It's how he found me. Bruised, wet, shivering, face caked with dried rat's blood. He took me in, led me to water, and taught me to fend for myself. I'd called him Mister then, vaguely remembering that it's good manners, and it just kind of stuck. It hurts me to speak, so listen carefully. From this day forward, you will kill some of those who enter this cave, and bring their bodies deeper into the cave that I might eat. I will always leave enough to nourish you, but only so that you can continue in my service. I didn't yet know what others were. They turned out to be a kind of animal that periodically enters the cave, wearing all manner of colorful clothing. Gift-wrapped for Mister, I like to say. They can speak, and indeed, I've learned many words by eavesdropping on them. Never for too long, though. Mister does not tolerate dawdling, least of all when he's hungry. I was so very frightened when I killed the first other. I was still small then, but by hurling a stone from a higher passage, I made it sleep. Hitting them in the head will do that. It's how I know sleep and death are related. Mister sleeps most of the time. It makes me worry. When I dragged it to the spot where he meets me, I was still crying. "Stop that," he demanded. "I do not tolerate fear." I know he cares because he doesn't want me to be afraid. It's just hard for him to say it because it hurts him to speak in a way I can understand. Loud noises, too. Mister has very delicate ears. When I got old enough that the others with long hair and chest bumps started to look uncomfortably good to me, I began trying to spare them. I'd kill him an extra, as I often find these ones escorted by someone much stronger. More meat for Mister. But he knew right away that I'd stashed it someplace. He hears everything. And when it woke up, it started screaming. "I do not tolerate screaming. Get rid of the source. Quickly. Get rid of it. Get rid of it." I pleaded with him that I was lonely, but received only a lashing from one of his many long, slender legs. A wrathful Mister. If I fought back, I could break one of those legs. I wouldn't be the first, but it's unthinkable after everything he's done for me. Looking back, I'm the one who was wrong for trying to hide something from him. Despite that, he let me keep the head. It didn't stay pretty for long, but I got to practice pressing my lips on it. Something I'd seen them do from afar many times. That's how it goes every time I try to save one for myself. I've amassed quite the collection of heads now. I like to wash their hair and pretend to have conversations with them about what I imagine they used to talk about. No doubt their own loving misters back in the caves where they lived. You'd think I would learn my lesson, but I guess that's just part of whom I am. I always have to learn things the hard way. Although he told me on many occasions not to leave the cave, my curiosity overpowered me, and I began exploring for a short ways around the entry on the surface. I took care to wear clothing I keep from the ones I deliver to Mister. Made sure to wash my face and hair in the little stream that runs down from the surface, on account of they always look so clean. But I dawdled, even knowing what would happen. The light and sound seduced me. When I returned, I found Mister instructing one of the others he'd captured himself. "From this day forward, you will kill some of those who enter this cave, and bring their bodies deeper into the cave that I might eat. I will always leave enough to nourish you, but only so that you can continue in my service." I threw myself at the other in a tearful rage. How could he replace me? With a simple animal, no less, even if they do look somewhat like me. When I finished crushing its skull with the rock I'd chosen, Mister had stern words for me. "If ever you are remiss in your duties, I will find a new instrument. The moment that happens, you are simply more meat to me." He's strict, but fair. I absolutely was wrong to linger on the surface after he'd made it clear never to venture there. Since then, because he is merciful and patient, he allows that I make short visits provided I am not seen by anyone. "Some amount of sunlight may improve your performance." Mister just hates sunlight. He's fragile, you see. So very big that it is hard work to move about the caves on those long, thin legs of his. Aside from his ears, his eyes are also terribly sensitive. He can never get too close to the entrance. That's what he has me for, to follow them in. Then, to separate them if there are many, and bring him as much as he needs. I lay awake sometimes, wondering what my life would be if he hadn't found me. He lets me lay near him when I sleep, provided I never touch him. I'm to absorb his waste heat. He says it may improve my performance, but I know the real reason. He's just not that open with his feelings, my shy, sweet, delicate Mister. He's all I need. I don't know why I keep trying to spare the pretty ones, but I discovered in one of their bags a roll of sticky, one-sided material, and quickly hatched a plan. If I sealed their mouth, I could prevent screaming for long enough that they could get to know me. And Mister, to see we're not such bad guys. Maybe it would even want to press lips. "Someone left all these prop bones back here." The stronger one shines a light on the heap of leavings from Mister's past meals. I sometimes keep their lights, like a small version of that big one, up above, outside the cave. I do not know how they bring little bits of that light down to use, but eventually the little bits just grow dimmer and dimmer, then finally go dark. I wonder if the big light will do that too someday. They don't even begin to look real. What sort of juvenile? I hear it pick up a bone. I don't know if these are fake, actually. The other comes over to inspect. Of course they're fake. This cave's out of the way, but if somebody were dumping bodies here or whatever, the cops would catch wind of it. Put it down. We're almost to the end. The strong one whimpers that his feet hurt, but is eventually goaded into it by the smaller one's playful challenging. When the light passed over the big one, it was enough to get a sense of its muscle mass. From there, I worked out roughly how much energy I'd spend disabling it, how long it would take, and how far the smaller one would get in that time. It might be less work to take care of the smaller one first. The big ones often stay to protect and nurse the wounds of their smaller partners. But I would then lose the element of surprise and have to fight him conventionally. I have no small number of scars attesting to the wisdom of taking out the big ones first, so that's what I did, quietly enough that the other one didn't realize what had happened until I was upon it. Its mouth wrapped up, just as hoped. It could not scream. The sticky material was also handy enough for binding its wrists and ankles. I first presented the big one to Mister in hopes of mitigating my punishment. He was still quite severe. When he gets like this, out comes the stump. He'll wave it about to drive home for me how easily they can hurt him if I let them get too far into the cave. Poor, fragile Mister. It's why he needs me to hunt for him. I'm only too happy to do it. After explaining how I'd bound and silenced the smaller one, he abided the experiment. What a patient, understanding Mister. The others may have their own Misters back in their own caves, but assuredly none are as wonderful as mine. I hear the clickety-click of his fast-moving mouthparts as he eats. It's over frightfully quick. Then comes the long part, cleaning up. He cannot stand to have our filth on him. Blood, of course, but also the oils and other nasty stuff that's always on our skin. I clean many times a day, hoping it will be enough to get close to him. But it never is. I just want to touch him, to show him I love him back. But it's enough for me that he knows. I wanted it to work out so badly. I was patient with it, as Mister is with me. Eventually, I could take off the gag without it immediately screaming, but only after I showed it what happened to the ones who wouldn't stay quiet. But that didn't last. The minute I was gone for too long, it set to screaming for help. That was tough to smooth over with Mister. The stupid animal didn't understand what lengths I was going to, just to keep it alive. So, I administered some discipline the same way he does with me. I don't like to do it, but the experience really helped me understand why he has to. Sometimes there's just no other way. It quieted down after that, but I still bind its mouth when I sleep. I thought that would be the end of the troubles. He told me I didn't listen. Never let one who knows about me leave the cave alive. It will bring others with weapons. It somehow never entered into my mind that the pretty one I'd saved for myself would betray me so terribly after showing such remarkable progress. I could never have made it this far without him. I dare not risk his life over my own bodily weakness. So when I went to wash my pretty one's hair, but found it missing, I set off in chase immediately. Mister joined in pursuit just behind me, hot breath on the back of my neck. He will have stern words for me later, maybe worse, but nothing I haven't earned. We were in such a rush to catch up that I don't think he realized we were nearing the cave entrance until we got there. It must burn his poor eyes terribly, I thought, all because of me. I motioned as if to look back, but he stopped me. Never look upon me. Never. The moment you do, I find a new instrument. A group of others stood before me, partway through their descent into the cave entry. Is she hurt? Wait, she looks... Did you tie her up, man? That's some kinky shit. I could not be bothered with them just yet. Mister laid into me like never before, for trying to keep one for myself, for letting it escape. Tears rolled down my face as I pleaded with Mister for mercy. "Bro, who are you talking to?" One of the others shone its light on me. In a fit of confusion, I did what Mister told me I must never, ever do. I looked back. Only empty cave behind me, as far as their little lights could reveal. I cackled. Mister is an expert at hiding. Some others in blue coverings came for me. I fought them as hard as I could, and even put 2 of them to sleep before the rest overpowered me. It worked. They went no further. I protected Mister just like I always have. Now I'm in a strange, small cave with flat sides and metal bars, waiting. They sent one to talk with me about what goes on back home, saying confusing, foolish things about Mister, about desperation, coping, and my mind. I tell it how urgently I must return to the cave, as Mister hates dawdling. It doesn't listen, and only continues to bore me with meaningless questions. I endure it all, knowing full well that my bold, heroic Mister will come to save me soon enough, because I'm his beloved instrument.
You don't like that?
Hello? Can you hear me? It's Friday.
Oh, well, another one started playing. What'd y'all think of that shit? Haven't I played this one? It's another gas station one. A lot of these are gas station based. I wonder why. How many indie horror authors could possibly work at gas stations? On VCS. There we go. If you assume that they get inspiration for their games from their daily life, a full 75% of indie horror authors or indie horror devs must be gas station workers. Maybe that's real. Maybe there's you start your job on Halloween night. 20 miles from the nearest town. Then we work for a slow and boring 8-hour shift, except this won't be an average night. If you spend, let's see, 20 miles. That's like half a gallon if he has a very fuel-efficient car. More like 3/4 of a gallon to a gallon for a less efficient car. Means he spends between $5 and $10 at today's prices just getting to work, and double that for the round trip. How much is he making at the gas station that's worth that much commute? Does Harmful Opinions have a secondary channel? Maybe he has more than one channel. It's the Nightmare Club is the name of the channel that read that story. This looks pretty good. Dare I be hopeful, knowing more than likely that I'll be disappointed? Isn't that what life's about? Is daring to hope, despite bad experiences in the past. Don't become jaded. I don't know what I'm in for. This could be good. It looks good. Wow, what a shithole. Yeah, actually, the Meatus podcast, which 6 or 7 years ago was the first one to ever feature one of my stories, also was just starting out. They seem to think they're slumming it by having my stories on their channels. I guess not knowing that I'm better established than most of their contributors. That's not to say that my stuff is automatically better.
Hey Ashley, this is Mark, your manager. I want to say thanks for coming in late. You're really all I got for the night shift right now, so I'm very grateful for you. Anyways, to remind you again, don't let people steal. Try not to take anything for yourself unless it's a little thing here and there, and just ignore weird people and conflict. I am still working on getting security cameras out there. Thank you again. I'll see you in the morning.
I guess I'll start the night by restocking.
I'm a British bird. Apparently. I can scare off the monster with my snaggle teeth. That's a different change. That's a change of pace. Instead of just having the products on the shelf be textures, they're actually modeled objects. Huh. Was that automatic? Where am I?
Looks like I got my first customer of the night.
Customer. I would really rather not. Can I hurt the customer? It's
Never
not-
mind. I guess they left. Seems they left a note on top of the barrel, though.
Barrel. Oh, here. Barrel. Why is Q an examine button? It's blank. You opened the gates. Welcome south of hell. What does that mean? Har har, very funny. What are these for? Are these for like employees on break? I gotta admit though, a desert gas station is a Kino location. I even wrote a story set in one, technically. Fuck you! Come on, man. You really gonna come at me fucking 5 minutes into the game with a screamer? That has nothing to do with what's happening in the game. If the monster catches me, sure... It's very short, I know, it's more of a teaser. That's the game. Evidently. Unbelievable. Well, promising stuff. I was willing to trust it, and I was wrong to do so. But apparently that's just all he has done right now, and he's still working on it. Promising start, though. Mechanically competent. I guess I could say that much. Here's a Deer Hunter style horror game, which I guess is the first of many Squirrel Stapler clones to come. Oh shit! This is the guy who made cookies! No fucking way! This is his? You know this is gonna be good. This is by the cookies guy. Everybody on my channel loves cookies. If you weren't around for that, then you missed a defining moment in this channel's history. It looks the part. I start off spending my evening, as I often do, staring at the floor. In my nice little cabin. At least we're not in that crime-ridden apartment block. I have no shower curtain, evidently. Nice marble countertops. That's at least interactive. I've got a kitchen of some description. Deer by the lake. My chance of getting meat. Giggity. I better go grab my rifle then. Attach the scope to the gun. What scope? Where? There we go. I can't see shit. Am I supposed to be able to see? That's a Castlevania moon. Am I sure I want to go out during the night? I don't see any deer. I can't go down any... Oh, there's my car. Yeah, I don't see it. Can I sleep until morning? This is literally all men need to be happy, except that there's no PS5. Men hate how little... women hate how little it takes men to be happy, rather. Well, sometimes they are men these days. I don't see where the deer is supposed to be. There it is. I don't think I killed him. So what's the plan? Maybe go and sleep? Wait to find his body tomorrow? Or go try to finish him off? Did I really not kill him? I thought I brained him. I guess it'll let me go down here now. Never mind. There should be blood. There is blood. Okay. Now we're cooking. Imagine you're out by the lake at night for a little pre-sleep drink of water, and some asshole fucking shoots you. Just taking your little sippy sip of water. Alright, here we go. Oh, here we go. Oh, and it's children. Aw, I killed Bambi's mother. Well, I guess we're having veal tonight. They would run away though, wouldn't they? You sure you don't want to let them grow up before you kill them? You're really gonna kill her children too, are you? Probably have a gun, shouldn't I? Where's the meat hung up? I must have hung the meat up to dry and stretched out the skin somewhere. I don't see it anywhere. I don't feel comfortable going out here without my gun. Some kind of forest spirit is going to avenge the deer and her kids. I guess because hunting is fine, but it's beyond the pale to also kill the offspring. Oh, I farm out here. I have a little corn farm. I'm playing IRL Minecraft, apparently. Here's my car. A fine, sensible automobile. Living the dream. Living the dream, you and I, so glorious. Can I go? Oh right, I don't know why there would be an invisible wall in that spot. A little bit weird. This is where the crime scene was. Why is there no blood here? There should be blood here, shouldn't there? Would not have biodegraded by now. So I'm getting ready at the end of the month to go into the next plasma center, which is probably going to be Octofarm, to get their first timer bonus, which is either going to be 300 or 500, I forget which. Over 3 visits or 5 visits. It's usually about $100 a piece. I'm trying to space it out because no other country but the US lets you get plasma drawn as frequently as America does. I want to say that's for good reason. I've never heard of anyone suffering any complications from it. But I want to play it a little bit safe. Still, that's money. Money's money, man. It's green. It spends the same. And that's all told. Once I've maxed out the newcomer benefits for all the companies in my area, I've calculated it's over $2,000. Not much. It's like 2,100 something for all of them put together, which will take me like 4 to 5 months to complete. But then I'll have real savings. I'll have actual that aren't crypto, by the way. Is that gas? That is gas. Oh, speaking of which, you know what was announced recently? Japanese Drift Master. JDM, which is basically just a recreation of the initial D arcade game on Steam, which is awesome because you can't fucking emulate that shit for beans. I'm looking forward to this. I hope it has Euro beats. Another recent one is something Striker Asura. Asura the Striker, which we're playing tonight, by the way, after this deer game is over. It's a spiritual successor to Space Harrier. It's a forward-scrolling rail shooter, basically, where you can also run along the ground. But you're also this time you're an anime waifu, which is the only way to improve anything. A lot of good stuff coming out. A lot of stuff that seems almost eerily as if I wished for it, and it became real. Just goes to show that if you had a good idea, don't get too far up your own ass. Probably somebody else had it too, and before you did. Which is a good thing. That's the benefit of living in a large, developed society with lots and lots of brains thinking about things all the time and working on stuff so you don't have to. Here's the car key. Here's my beer. I got a TV and a fucking VCR. Holy shit. I can play VHS tapes on this bad boy. Now all I need is a game console. I want to say game consoles are the thing to have in a cabin because of the simplicity and the durability. Oh. Not a computer. Unless it's a retro computer. Pork chop sandwiches. I'm just eating with my hands? What am I, savage? I guess I'm dude living alone in the woods. I can get away with that. Uh-oh. Am I... Shit, I think I'm going crazy. The anger of the mother deer spirit has descended upon me. What was that sound? Let's get the hell out of here! I left the keys in the cabin. I heard animal noises. It's really well done leaves. Interesting choice of terrain. Alright, you got me. You fucking got me, you sons of bitches. This is the only horror stream where the screams are real. You know me. Anyone who's watched long enough, I don't scream for nothing. Why would I not grab the rifle after that? I need to find a wife. The loneliness is driving me crazy. Ain't no woman gonna move out here with you unless she was homeschooled in Montana and has bigger muscles than you do. There's a ever dwindling supply of mountain wives out there, even to be had. This is a very peaceful little setting, though. Or it could be if it wasn't for the backwards deer. Ride, wife. Life good. Wife fight back. Hunt, wife! Wife dead. Miss wife. Regret. That's gonna be the ending, isn't it? He has a dear wife. His dearly beloved. You really couldn't afford grass? Look at this shit grass texture. It's like a fucking JPEG. What would you do if you're walking around outside and you look down at the grass and it was a PS1 grass texture? Like a split second, you blinked and then it was regular grass again. What would change about your life and how you live it? You could tell people, but nobody would believe you. And you weren't drunk and you weren't high or anything. I hope I'm not fucking slowly destroying my body by giving plasma. I hope not. I'm apprehensive about it. I'm more worried about that than I ever was about vaccines. I suppose life is a one-way trip anyway. And it's hard to argue with $100 for an hour of doing something you don't want to do. Which is all it is. I mean, that's all work is. Doing something you don't want to do most of the time. I mean, OnlyFans girls get fucking stunted on and dunked on all day on Twitter. But at the end of the day, we all suck dick under capitalism in one way or the other. We are all the OnlyFans whores. Just some of us get abused by customers in a different way. Would you fucking stay at your cabin after you saw that? I feel like that's not realistic. I feel like you would definitely get in your car. Didn't he say he wants to find a wife? Look at this filthy fucking couch, too. That might be your problem. Ain't no woman gonna come in here and fuck you on that couch. That's for damn sure. I remember my first girlfriend wouldn't fuck this one time because she could vaguely smell cat poop from the litter box in the other room, and I had to go clean it out before she would fuck. Which is a reasonable expectation. You can't really get horny when you smell shit. But they're way more sensitive, and that's science. I'm not making that up. There are studies that show that women are much more sensitive to smells and to visible indications of unhygienic conditions. They're basically, it's what we all already knew. Girls are very easily grossed out. Oh, there's a cop. Very easily grossed out. If you want to get your dick wet, everything's got to be as clean as it ever has been. Good morning, Sam. Unfortunately, I bring bad news. Good morning, Steve. We received some reports of gunshots. You know you can't hunt animals this time of year. I'm just shooting bottles, practicing a little. Sorry, friend. I need to take you to prison. These are the sheriff's orders. Are you really going to arrest me, man? I just follow orders. Grab your clothes and let's go. What if I shoot him? What if I shoot the cop? I'll lead him on a high-speed chase. Probably that's what it's going to make me do. Sorry, Steve, I can't get arrested. Yep. Yep, it's going to make me do it. He's my buddy, though. You're really going to shoot your buddy? He's a hardcore libertarian, I guess. That doesn't work that way. They don't stop. They don't like send one cop and then he never comes back and they're like, oh well, oops. I guess that's just a black hole for police. We'll just not send any more. You push the car into the drink. That's not going to help either. They're going to keep sending cops. I promise you. Then the fucking National Guard comes. Then the government comes. Where's the body? Where'd I put it? And you could eat it. Could use this to chop it up first. Not that you should do that. Brightness. Where's brightness? There's no brightness. Can't see shit. There's a cheat though. I have an LCD monitor with bad viewing angles, so I can just stand up and look down at it. Where's his body? Why wouldn't I just dump him? I guess I wouldn't dump him in the drink because I drink out of there. But also, I dumped a car in there with a car battery. So, how's that different? My car battery is going to leak over time in the water I drink out of. What am I supposed to do? Where am I supposed to go? What do, where go? What do, where go? So the food truck I go to every day, almost every day, has wireless buzzers. Have you seen these things? They're like little cup holders, kind of. You can put your drink on them. I don't think you're supposed to, but they're about the same size. And they have like a wireless signal, or maybe just a timer that buzzes, it vibrates and blinks when your food is ready. I just waited in my car because it was raining today, and it's often raining when I go to eat there. And I tuck it under my balls, and I get a pleasant rumble in my ball sack to let me know the food's... Is this the body? Here's the body. I've confirmed the body location. Question now is, where do I bury it, or do I... Surely that's what the axe is for, right? Why can't I grab the axe? Surely that's what the axe is for, right? You chop him up and then you incinerate him in the oven, bit by bit. Then there's nothing left behind to tie you to the crime, except a lot of DNA. Could really use a flashlight. Oh, shovel. Found the shovel. Would have been nice to know where that was, or to have it inside the cabin. Where dig? Where dig, however? Though ever. Whomst. Whomst, though ever, shalt dig here. Shan't. Where dig? It's gonna be right by the body, I bet you. I'm wasting my precious seconds of my life. Of my dwindling youth, because I am 40 now. The big 40. I had the shovel. I want to say it's somewhere out of the way, like where the deer were. This all started when I killed the deer. This is a bad man. I'm not misunderstood. I'm a villain. Killed its fucking children. I mean, is that objectively? We kill the children of chickens all the time. That's what an egg is. Eggs are just chicken abortions. What do I do with the shovel? What do I do? Stand up again. I don't see any indications of like a mound of dirt or like an outline of where to dig. This is also how I used to cheat underwater vision in Minecraft, is just by having an LCD monitor and then angling it so I'm looking down at it before they added night vision. Surely amongst the corn would be the good place to do it. This looks like a ready-made place to dig a grave. I don't believe I have an inventory. I don't. Okay. I don't know what to do. I'm at a loss. Ah, here we go. There's a glowing orb that's supposed to indicate to me. Did I put the body in it? I put the body in the hole. 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 Da na 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 na. Da na 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 na. Put the body in the hole. 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 Don't you touch that body's hole. Don't you touch that body's hole. Don't you... Wait. That was quick. It's actually quite ball-breaking to... You sure you want to bury the body this close to your dwelling? That seems like a poor idea when they come investigating. You probably should have either sunk the body in the river, or not the river, the lake, although they would have just sent out scuba teams to find it. Or gone further away, like wrapped it up in something, put it in your car, and drive it way the fuck away from where you live. Amateur. Don't get rid of a body so close to your own dwelling. that's a dead man. I don't like that one bit. I'm a murderer now. Cops are gonna show up. Why did you do that? Now's the time to get out of the fucking country, bro. They're gonna catch you. They're gonna find you didn't go very far with the body. You left grass, bloodstained grass everywhere. How do you think you're gonna get away with this? How do you imagine that working? Isn't that a very smart man, I'm starting to think. Well, get in the fucking car. Why would I get in the right side? It's really strange. Unless a Euro made this. I'm not hungry any longer, am I? I'm hungry. Damn old car. I think I'm being close to home. Now I have a flashlight. Oh fuck! Got me. Let's try that again. I gotta not look back this time. Amateur mistake. How do I do this? That sound makes me very anxious. Okay, that wasn't quite fast enough. Oh, that was really, really harrowing. What's my strat? I need to not be blocked by the door this time. Fuck! Shit! It's all in the mind. If you want to think, you'll think you find. Things will teach you. For sure to teach you. You're hiding under your bed from a devil. This is not a smart man. You should really get that axe. Oh, no, here he comes, Skinwalker. See, if you had the axe, you could swing out from under the couch and fucking break its ankles. Don't look under here. Nobody down here. Ain't no one down here. Ain't no one down here. No one down here. Nobody down here. Come back tomorrow. Come back tomorrow. No one down here. Don't come back, kid. Don't come back. Don't rush back. Surely, now is the time to get the fuck out of town. Although, can you run from the supernatural? I feel as if you can't. I feel strongly you probably can't get away from whatever this is. Get the fucking keys. Get the key. Also get the axe. Won't get the axe. Already has the keys. Get in your car, you dumb asshole. And get the. Where's my car? Oh, my car broke down. Shit. I guess just run. Doesn't this look like exactly like where you would hide the body? In the middle of the cornfield? Let it nourish your corn, secondhand vegan cannibalism. Free range cannibalism. Oh, can't go this way. Can't go that way. A nice chill the rain effect. Well, I can't, Why did you shoot the cop? Wouldn't have been a long prison sentence. Hunting out a season? That was worth murdering it. You murdered a cop, bro. They really don't look kindly on that. Uh-oh, what is, going on down there? I know I set him into, pits, but this is ridiculous. There's... Oh. Well. Wish I could say I had a nice life. Is that my cat meowing? You meow? Straight to hell, I guess. Straight to hell, I guess. Got the Silent Hill head going on. Spirit avenged. Policeman avenged. Nope, still alive. Still not in hell. Why'd you have to kill the, what are they called? Foals? Get the axe, idiot! Get the axe, idiot! Get the axe. He won't get the axe. He will not defend himself. He's going outside at night. He's going outside of his cabin at night. Into the pit. That's where you have to go. Oh, just suicided. Okay. Probably for the best. The cops were going to get you. You made a really poor choice. I mean, a series of poor choices. So was any of it real, or was it just being haunted by ghosts manipulating his senses? Because he said, I'm not going to prison, but it's not really an option. Disco Dracula. Awesome name. That was fucking Kino, actually. Gotta check out their body of work. I'm already following them. I'm a serial killer, hell maniac, bloody woman. Poop killer. They made Poop Killer? What the fuck? Truth Loop. Oh, I played Truth Loop 1 and 2 also. Evidently there's a lot of stuff by them I have to download when I have the chance. Like before next stream. Dick Killer. Poop Killer. I played Endless Days too. This guy's got quite the body of work here. Doesn't seem to be the same guy who made Cookies, though. Did I mention that? Let me check. It's by a different guy. I could have sworn that was the same fella. This guy has a new one too, though, but it doesn't download in itch.io. It looks really good, though. Haram. I have heard of Night of the Consumer. I streamed that before. Were you not there for that? That's a pretty funny one. Anyway, it's time for another round of spoopy stories. What do you want this time? Fireplace? Spook it. Story time, story time. Story time, story time. A 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 story time, story time. Story time, story time. Story time, story time. A story time, story time. Story time, story time. Story time, story time. Story time, story time.
Oh, no, sweetie. That's no good. You've already had your num-nums for today. I know you want more. So do I. It's very tasty, after all. But each spoonful is just more calories. That's what makes it so darn good. And you know what that means, right? Yes, you do. It means extra inches on your fat little tummy. We can't have that. You haven't discovered boys yet. I envy you. It's a wonderful world you're entering into. When you get there, do you want to make your debut as an elegant, slender mademoiselle? Or an ungainly dump truck of human excess? Excuse me. That may have been a bit much, but you see my side of things now. No. Shh. Don't cry. Give me that knife, too. You can't get rid of it that easily, or everybody would be doing it. Still got the scars from when I tried. You're fine just the way you are. Mummy loves you. Just so long as you stay trim. Looks like you're almost there. See that on your precious little arm? That's baby fat. It's well and good for now, my little munchkin, but it won't be a valid excuse forever. Never too late to begin planning for a lifetime of sound nutritional choices. Can't just coast through life eating whatever we want, however nice that would be. When you're a little older, I'll teach you how to count carbs. That's a good way to teach counting. Then we can get into whether gluten means anything. Some say there's good fat and bad fat, but you know what your mummy says, don't you? Fat is fat. Where does the fat go? That's right, darling. It goes on the fire. Now go run a few more laps for me, while there's still time. That was good, but you were a bit easy on the last few. Don't give me that whiny bullshit. You think I'm not tired? You think raising you doesn't tire me out? Start your push-ups, I'll time you. It's only a chore until you get into it. You'll thank me for all of this soon enough. Wait, what's this? No, don't you fucking hide from me. Open your hand, I said open it. Oh, no. Why did you do this to me? Don't you think I don't love you? I do this because I love you so much. Did you think I wouldn't find out? We go through this every time. No, don't. Spit it out. This is pointless. I thought we were past this. Do you see that? No, really. Look at it. I know you're afraid. So am I. But it just doesn't disappear because we're not looking at it. Or try not to think about it. That's the edge. My mother taught me about it. Now I'm teaching you. There were lots of us back then, but we got hungry. Hunger really brings out the worst in a person. I won't trouble you for now with how we solved it, but suffice to say there was soon enough food for everybody. Until there wasn't. Our numbers continued to dwindle. All the while, the wall kept moving, slowly, almost imperceptibly, toward the edge. With nowhere else to stand, we soon realized we'd all be pushed over if nothing was done. I was so very frightened. All of us were. So we walked, for what seemed like days, until we found the hole. Yes, sweetie bunch, like the one I showed you. Search as we might, we couldn't find no other openings in the wall. Every day it slid closer and closer to the edge, grinding, almost inaudibly, troubling my dreams. The only way to avoid being swept off the edge was through that hole, but it was so narrow. Only someone very slender could make it through. Even after days of fasting, do you know what happened? Oh, you remember this story? Smart girl. Smart, fat girl. Mommy was the only one who fit through the hole. Salvation, it seemed. Even as I listened to the others crying, bickering, and tearing at one another until the night they were all finally pushed off the edge. I was alone for a time, until the new batch of people appeared. That's how I met your father. He was the one who discovered the next wall, at the time many miles from the edge. The one we're leaning against now. Nothing makes it if it can't fit. Nothing. No matter how much you love and cherish it. If it won't fit through the hole, it's gone. Do you understand now? You're so sweet. You look just like him. He would wipe the tears from my eyes in the same way. I should be the one that does that for you. I wish I could always be there to pick you up when you fall, to kiss your boo-boos so they heal, and tell you stories at bedtime. Believe me when I say, in a perfect world, I would be. But we don't live in that world. Mommy's too big now.
And we're back. Time for another game. This is a good format, games and stories. Good way to introduce newcomers, if there are any, to my body of work. Body. Body. What do we got here? Bloodwater. I want to save that for a while. Crimson Hunt. Very well. You son of a bitch, I'm in. That was it. John 17, getting close to the end. Kino style already. Looks like the lighthouse. It's been 3 weeks since the plague descended on our village. None of us could fathom the cause of this inception. Yet many souls have perished. My daughter, she was among the fallen, and now my cherished wife. The potion does not offer much help. But if I venture to the village, if I go, I may not see her breathing again. But what choice do I have? Weirdly written. I shall gaze upon my wife's well-being. The fuck does that mean? This sounds like a 14-year-old trying to sound old-timey. Mine dearest, I should compose her a letter. A paper can be found on the shelf. Could be better, could be worse. Read a page from this book. Let's set forth her words. Yeah, this person doesn't have very much practice at writing in Old English. I had no choice but to venture to the village in order to find a cure for the plague that has haunted our family. I deeply regret leaving you, yet I might not be able to exist if your soul leaves me. I had enough eternal suffering from what happened to our daughter. And if it's eternal, it's still going on. I shall return before sunrise. Yours truly, Matthew. Needs better writing. The village is far. I must set forth to my journey now. I like the graphical style a lot. Do we not have a horse? Did the horse die as well? Horse shades, reach bell. What's this over here? I probably shouldn't dawdle since my wife is dying as we speak, but there's a burned down house. This is a Depresso RPG world. Apparently. There's nothing really happy about plagues. It's not a... There's not really a way to write an uplifting, adventurous story around a plague. Everybody just fucking dies slowly. Introducing mechanics, very good. That's not far. What is falling upon this place? Plague has become stronger. Open up! Let me in! Extend my humble gratitude for granting me passage. Well, this is rare to have visitors gracing our doorstep, especially from the north. Barely our food is rotten. The folks in these parts have diminished. What model is this? This is like a futuristic knight. Pray tell, what hath led that you mean thou, in our abode, traveler? Really weirdly written. Art thou a merchant, is what you might have said. I found myself in dire need of aid. I seek a remedy. My wife doth face a dire and mortal affliction. I am in need of potions. Alas, we have none left. Those in AIDS salute death and pray with our God. Madness, I serve the same Lord, yet I have not come to such solutions. I would counsel you to hold their tongue with care. Our parish, that's not how you spell it. It's P-A-R. Father Benedict may well cast you out for ill-spoken words. Apologies, I meant no ill intent. I beg, grant me audience with your priest. Father Benedict is engaged in divine service. You might speak a role in second in command, you should say. What is this model? got like a spacesuit on. Nobody in there? It's more like it. What kind of world is this? Matthew from North Shades, art thou named Roland? It is I, traveler, Roland, you ventured from a far land, perhaps. Why that? Why that? My beloved one, she draws nigh to her death, I beg for aid. Potion remedy has not been kind to us. No purpose lies at that. What? Behold you coffins strewn around. You even lack the means to give the dead peace. Unburied corpses, thou a grievous concern. Art thou as vile? That's not how you spell that. That's a curse upon us. What doth thou imply? What do thou imply? What peril could surpass this dread plague? Foul creature which hath shattered the coffins and stolen lifeless husks comes in the shroud of night to claim the townsfolk to his court. I am a witness. Plague hath deceived your mind, good sir. Those words are folly, I assume. You're a mistaken traveler. I was our once brave soldier who went for the Crimson Hunt. Crimson Hunt? What the fuck is that? The creature's blood. A survivor came to our town, cured from plague. Alas, the next day in the shade of night, his body turned to flames. We believe the soldier hath taken blood. Alas, we have no more seek for that. What? Who wrote this and why? Art thou oh, now you know how to do that. Suggesting that beyond these walls exists a location where a creature's blood can be obtained to heal this plague. I'm certain that is the truth. What? Won't you seek for aid to your beloved? I would stop for my life for her sake, yes. I will venture outside the walls. Well then, rest for now. Seek the room near sanctuary. I shall visit you after dawn. Oh, you're on rails now. Oh no, actually you're not. I just had the wrong key held down. I don't know where to go. Is this it? No. Where the fuck? What is this? What does he mean by sanctuary? It's like a guy who played with medieval Legos for an hour and is like, I know everything. But like he went to a Renaissance fair. Like bitches in what do you call those things that make your boobs look huge? Those bustiers, whatever, the things that you lace up the front and it pushes your baps up. Sub Jet Set Toaster, we're playing indie horror spook. You missed a lot of good stuff. I streamed Atari VCS gameplay. We played Atari, the hot new property that everyone's talking about. I can't even lie. Nobody fucking knows there's a new Atari console out. We also have been alternating between spooper games and my own creepypastas. Because I have them all nicely curated and collected on a polished website now. Which looks like this. Some of these are stolen artwork. I'm going to have to generate more AI artwork, but if I don't tell you which ones, I won't get in trouble before I can do the rest. That's half the reason anyone goes to Renaissance fairs, to see ye olden boobies. Well, what's the ye olden name for titties? Bosom? Good lady, thine bosom doth pop upon this day. Mine eyes burst forth from their sockets, scoping out yon cake. Is this it? Where am I going? Is this it? He said go to Sanctuary. The sanctuary not within the castle walls? Maybe it's not even here. This is I doubt that. I doubt that very much that they were called Milkies. I think you're telling me a beautiful, sweet lie. Where the fuck am I supposed to go? It looks like this is it, but this is not it. Here it is. Why hide it back here? Why would you do that? Oh, it's a vampire bat. Wait. What if there's no cure? What if the reason that the blood of the beast brings you back is it vampirizes you? I slumbered many hours. What if that's the twist? Creatures of unholy nature despise their lord, thus fears the holy cross. Thou shalt have it with you, Matthew. Doth I was spared of death because of it. Furthermore, garlic. Seek garlic outside and taketh it with you. Its virtue helps us well as well. Garlic is pretty based. It's one of the best seasonings. I hath failed to consult you properly. Alas, I must seek hiding, as the creature strikes us at night. I might not survive to fight on the morrow. On the tomorrow. But assisting you is a noble gift for today, Roland. Any of y'all watch Octavia's Kitten? Do you know who I'm talking about? She's a British retro games YouTuber. Matthew, no need for the venture. I think she's quite fetching. She apparently had a traumatic youth, like as in like cutting herself and bulimia and an abusive relationship, among some other things. What I was not... Does anyone know who I'm talking about? Octavia's Kitten? Any of y'all watch her? She always looks like she's terrified. Like she's been up for 72 hours. Oh fuck, your tooth broke. Shit. Octavia's King, I guess. Kitten is what she used to go by.
I've got a really bizarre game for you guys to...
Not this one.
It wasn't really for him.
Let's get to the good bits. Where she sells her soul to Satan. She always just looks that way. It's not the right one. I feel bad looking at her as like a hot e-girl because of my knowledge of what she has been through in recent history, as in like the last 10 to 15 years. She has nudes though. She has like a lot of nudes online. You don't have to look very hard to find them. If ever you were curious about what her titties look like, you can find that out without much difficulty. Which is a surprise. That's not normally the case for YouTubers. I'm not going to show them on stream. They're kind of wonky. They look fucking awesome in the bra, but they look kind of weird outside of it. They point in different directions. She doesn't have implants. They're natural. They're just not shaped right. She's a very sensitive, sweet and kind person, though, so that it feels rude to say that about her. Maybe that's one of the reasons she's lacking in self-confidence.
I've got a really... The soundtrack is the main event here, not the dolphin or...
She sure likes to show off, though. There's some episodes where she wears a leather cat suit. I can't seem to find it. She has pet rats, too. I think we would get along just fine if I lived in Britain. I'm fairly certain she already has a boyfriend. Just one of my many pointless YouTuber crushes. Yeah, I know. Real life is not porn. Titties don't form naturally perfectly. We're just fucking overstimulated by having a small percentage of women greatly magnified and made more visible. She also had issues with her weight. Not that there's anything wrong with her body, but like mental issues with her self-perception of feeling as if she was too heavy, and taking unwise measures to remedy that. Which I think a lot of girls that in their 20s, which is how old she was at that time, have confidence problems and self-esteem issues. I can't find the one of those. Here it is. This is the one. Tiger R Zone. Bam! Biggity bam, sexy Satan. She likes to dress up. Here it is. And she cleans up nice.
Lucifer himself. Good evening, Octavius. Wow, I was not expecting that voice to come.
Where's the leather cat suit? I mean, I watch for her journalism. I watch for the games mostly. I promise. I watch for the games and for her expert commentary. That's what her channel is about. Anyways, if you didn't know that, now you do. That's probably one of the things she does that has significantly damaged her mental health. It was maybe not the best choice to make. It wasn't like for OnlyFans. It was just like a professionally done photo shoot. I guess she was trying to be a model or something. I don't know. This speaks to the wisdom of never putting nudes on the internet. Although on the other hand, if you're only going to be hot for like 2 or 3 decades of your whole life, you kind of want to document it, don't you? Like, look at how smoking I used to be. I used to look like this. So when you're an old granny, you can show your grandkids? No, wait, that's not right. Perchance Gatekeeper holds knowledge of that. The fake old-timey language is really getting to me. Y'all know who Lady Decade is? Lady Decade is who I wish we got nudes of instead, honestly. She's, I think, in her 40s, and she's given birth. She's a mother. And she, specifically because she got really cross with her viewers. She was like, stop telling me to open an OnlyFans. I am not postmenopausal. I've given birth. My body isn't as good as you're imagining. I'm a married woman. I'm a mother of like 2 children. Stop saying that you want to see my titties. That only makes you want to see them more. Are you kidding? You don't understand how men's psychology works at all. Neither do we, to be fair. It is true. It's true. It's like that one chick on Twitter who does movie reviews with her tits out. And that's her whole shtick. It's just she just gets her awesome, luscious titties out, and she reviews mostly horror and science fiction films, and she cosplays. She also has an OnlyFans, which I think is the future of entertainment. Is having a attractive, a pretty face, do normal content that's like rated PG, but also if you want to see her tits, you can for extra money. Which is the utopia we all dreamed of as teenage boys. Lady Decade, though. Maybe it's because they're British. Oh, the feet people found me.
Someone left me a comment, and it quite literally said, "You're on Wiki Feed." Oh. Okay. I wouldn't look at it. I wouldn't look at it to begin with. Oh no. Oh no, I'm not looking on there. I don't know what's on there.
She's got British MILF energy. There was one where she was really showing off. She was like wearing the stockings. She also cosplays as Tifa.
Who doesn't love Tifa Lockhart?
Perhaps the most iconic female character in the history of the JRPG genre. Tifa is awesome. First smashing onto the scene in the third... I think.
But still, this is where some modern...
Sometimes she has her goth days. She wears black lipstick. She's got a little bit extra ever since she gave birth. She's not kidding. She warned us.
Cougar Boys, a necessity for gracious living.
For the last few years,
You see what I'm talking about, though? She's got that energy. She could definitely get it if she wanted. She's married to Top Hat Gaming Man, though. You guys gotta know who Top Hat Gaming Man is, right? Short Talk, that's the future. Every fucking creator is going to have an OnlyFans, even the men. Just to squeeze out whatever extra dollars they can because of inflation. Capitalism already made hordes of us all. Now its victory is complete. We're all going to be nude on the internet eventually. That's the future. Just wangs and titties as far as the eye can see, which have nothing to do with the content. She's a dignified mother, though, so it would also kind of feel wrong and bad to blast her baps, however nice they may be. And she warned us they're probably not as nice as we imagined, but I can imagine some pretty nice baps. Hers literally are mommy milkies. That's the type they are, the variety. She has children that she nurses with them, and I would like to be one of them. Humbly, submitting humbly and respectfully for that for that position. Where is the guy I'm supposed to talk to? Can I leave? I can't leave. It won't let me do that. Yeah, Chinese Twitter is also fucking swarming with porn, and that's because the internet, the government allows it. The government actually colludes with Chinese prostitutes to flood the zone with shit whenever they're talking about dissident stuff. To just spam those conversations with titties. Which is Brave New World type stuff. They really took that to heart. Can't see anything. Was there another door somewhere? I'm not willing to quit this one. Oh no, Roland. Our garlic, it should take away the scent and flee. The other gate is open. They fucking got him. We're fighting vamps this time. Damn, if Lady Decade cosplayed as a vampiress, it's like Vampirella or Elvira, I would be diamonds. She's got that posh energy. I kind of want her to scold me. You're a dirty wanker. Why, yes. Yes, I am. It's not like she's particularly fit or anything. Which just goes to show that's not all there is to being feminine. She has big feminine energy. She's mastered the cosmetics, how she carries herself, how she speaks, her affectations, her mannerisms. There's a lot more to it. Which I've seen a lot of transgender YouTubers talking about on their videos. Which, if that's your goal, is to be as womanly as possible, even though you're not one, that's the stuff you want to study, because that's independent of biology. That just has to do with how you speak and how you carry yourself. The door is open. What door? What fucking door? Pardon me. Wish I had a mature, sexy wife like that. Every day would be like a miracle. I can't get through the door. The door is not actually open. I wish that she would tell me off every day. I'm approaching like R. Crumb levels of horny on main. Feel free to stop me at any time. Don't stop me now. I'm having such a good time. I'm scratching my balls. Don't stop me now. Yeah, I'm having such a good time. So give me a call now. Don't stop me, cause I'm having a good. Alas, a wooden portal seems to be barred from the other side as well. Don't stop me, cause I'm having a good time. I don't want to stop. I'm gonna quit this pretty soon. It's too dark to figure out what to do. Can't see what to do or where to go. Maybe I had to click on both of those. Don't stop me because I'm having a good time. I don't want to stop at all. Na, 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 na. Boo-hoo. Well, it's more expensive. You know what they offer near me is basically not even real food. It's ingredients. They offer like all the stuff you need to make your own tacos in a box. It's not a food truck, but it's like one step up. It's a hole-in-the-wall Mexican place that looks dirty. When they look dirty, though, for some reason it means the food is better. And they just give you like the styrofoam to-go case, and it's sectioned off inside. And you get corn tortillas. You get rice, brown rice. I'm not going to waste my time on this. I can't fucking do it. You get brown rice. You get adobada, which Adobada, adobada beef. I think I'm spelling that right. Just in chunks, which I often have to restrain myself from just eating the chunks of beef and eating everything else one at a time. Refried beans with melted cheese on it. Let's have a look at this while it downloads. Looks Kino is shit. I don't care who you are. Sorry your tooth cracked. That happened to my tooth. My tooth broke. It was the beginning of the end for that tooth. I had to eventually get a root canal and had a crown put on it. It held together until I ate hard candy and tried to crunch a Boston baked bean. And then it just fucking fractured the tooth and it crumbled. It was the worst pain of my life. When the nerve began to die after that. I don't know how it held together as long as it did. If the inside was that rotten. They had to replace the whole goddamn tooth at about $1,000 cost. This is not Planet Harrier's Steam Edition, but it'll do. It's the next best thing. Let's give it a shot and see what it's all about. It's not spooky, but I want to play it. Shining Knuckle. I love that when the music gets muffled in the menu. Batteries ran out my controller. Hang on. So I fucking died. There was nothing else I could do. Trying to transplant some controller batteries from one of these other ones. I need more interloops. I need fresher, newer interloops. These ones don't last as long as they used to. How's that? Is that better? Looks the part, feels the part. I died just as much too. A Dargan. A Dargan. It's got ass and titties. Can't complain there. Right in the face. Oh, it's melee. Missed it. Missed my chance. Controls are funky. I can't describe it. I need to slow it down when it gets close. Whatever, I killed him. I'm definitely buying this. They need to tweak the controls, though. Look at how precisely outlined her chest is. That's got to be excruciating to wear. This is awesome. I want this. Sega, why are you letting this rando drink your milkshake? You could have given us new Space Harrier anytime you wanted to. But you gave us fucking Sonic Frontiers instead. It's not, the control curves for the analog movement are not one-to-one. It's not like a linear progression of, your distance varying from the center depending on how far you push the stick. It's weird, it's hard to describe, but it doesn't behave correctly, and it needs fixing. Stylistically, slam dunk. Potentially a very awesome game. It just needs a little bit of tweaking, and I think a little bit more creative courses like we saw in Planet Area, where it's not just a straight shot. You go through tunnels and shit. Music also slaps. I was lucky. Oh, I know how to deal with that. It's a misspelled witch. Oh shit, lethal hit. I finished her off with that melee. Oh man, that was really satisfying. That's the best thing in this game is freezing time so when they're close to you and then using melee. There's only one route. Oh, super scalar deserts. Kino, Kino, Kino. My favorite, super scalar deserts. I've talked about this on stream before. The aesthetic is second to none. Come on. You mean to tell me Atari, of all people, gets to have a new console out? And Sega doesn't have a new console out with shit like this on it? You think they couldn't buy the rights to games like this? Just snap up games that look like they belong on their platform and rebrand them? Dargan. Another Dargan. Come on, all ready? Fuck. Fuck, he's difficult. There we go. How am I supposed to fucking dodge that? Good thing I have infinite continues. What the fuck, man? There we go. Gotta dodge that kick. Good enough. You get to be an anime waifu. What more could you want? I think we're over time. This is so good, though, I'm going to continue. We're actually an hour over time. How'd that happen? Look at those super scalar clouds. Look at those adorable scaled clouds. I love this. I'm loving every minute of this. got that same fast, cool feeling. That intimidating challenge of Space Harrier in the arcade. Ooh. Oh fuck, I ran into one. I might actually have to get good at this to beat the full version. I love this shit though. Fuck. What a dull way to die. Sorry that happened to you, Jet Set. I know how painful that is. This is one of the few rare times when, despite lacking a theory of mind, I can promise you I know exactly what you're going through. I'll have to go through the hoops. Bitch titties. Every time? Oh fuck, that's satisfying. I just finished it off with a melee. Oh, I love that. That is a meaningful improvement upon the formula of Space Harrier. There's time freezing in the melees. Holy shit, that's satisfying. Asura the Striker. You bet your ass I'll wish list. They made this specifically for me. I've been waiting so long for the nostalgia train to make its way slowly into the 1990s, which will be nostalgic for Zoomers who have money now to spend on games, so that we could get some more goddamn sprite scaling forward scrollers, and now it's happening. That's all I wanted. Maybe one more short story. This one I can't fucking understand. It's also 17 minutes long. We'll do a short one. I don't think I've done this one very often. Still over
Thanks
time.
for meeting me on short notice like this. Candace's hoop earrings jostled about, as did her bangs while she settled into the cramped booth. We got the stink eye from the manager for choosing the booth over the bar, being that there were only two of us, but Candace likes to be comfortable. It's fine. You know what my schedule is like lately. Wake up at noon, hammer out an article, piss and go back to bed. Wake up again at 2, do another article. She gestured for me to hurry it along. I've begun pretending to have important appointments I need to work around when scheduling stuff with people I don't yet know well, just so they won't think I'm a bum. Candace smirked. I found myself as embarrassingly taken as ever by even the smallest movements of her facial muscles. Do you want something? I ordered a coffee before you got here. I thought it would be more of a wait. Generous sunshine poured in through the window. Birds sang, swooping this way and that against the bright blue sky. Candace held up one expensively manicured hand to shield her eyes as she browsed the menu. Actually, I'm not too sure. There was something I wanted to talk to you about. A slight tremor. Nobody else noticed, so I ignored it under the assumption that I'd imagined it. Oh? She flipped the page to the seasonal special section, studying some fancy drink consisting mostly of foam, served in a comically large teacup for $6. Yeah, I just figured if we're gonna eat something, we should do that first. The tremor returned. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw a crack begin to spread from the edge of the window pane. Is it important? She lifted her eyes from the menu to meet mine. For a few seconds, she just looked at me, studying the details of my face in much the same way I often study hers. But there was something else this time. Mournful? Listen, remember when we started seeing one another? Remember the talk we had? My stomach began to gurgle. The crack on the window spread, like a time-lapsed spider web, and began to bleed a viscous black sludge. Outside, grey storm clouds swallowed up the sun. A black rain began to fall. The talk about how you didn't know if you wanted something serious? She nodded. I held her dainty little hand in mine. I told you that's fine. It's still fine. We don't have to label this. It's just the two of us enjoying one another's. She withdrew her hands from mine. There was no mistaking the tremor this time, markedly more violent than before. Outside, cracks began to spread across the buildings themselves. They bled the same sticky black crud as the window. Everybody just continued with their business. A mother pushed her baby in a carriage. An elderly man quarreled with the owner of a magazine stand. Oblivious, all of them, to what was happening in my heart. Listen, I hate this. I hate having to say this. You're such a sweet person. I don't want to hurt you. The gurgling in my stomach before turned into a violent revolt, but I didn't wince. Oddly, I couldn't even make myself frown right then. The buildings continued to crumble in slow motion as she spoke, oily sludge bubbling out of every fresh crevice. Birds fell from the sky, dead as a doornail, sinking into the gradually rising black tide. You're breaking up with me, I said. Aren't you? Tears appeared in her eyes. What a joke. Aren't I supposed to be the one who cries? Though I felt nauseous, nothing stirred in my heart. On the contrary, it sat limp and still within me, as though nothing out of the ordinary was happening. I suppose, in a sense, it wasn't. The sewers overflowed, flooding the streets with boiling, surging black fluid. The brick barber shop across the street was the first to collapse entirely, absorbed into the foul sea as if it was eaten by it. Cars sank by 2s and 3s, then by 10s and 20s. It's okay, I assured her, as much to her own surprise as my own. Calm as I'd ever been, eyes as dry as could be. You don't have to justify it to me. She motioned as if to object, but I wasn't having it. Love is not a trap. It doesn't mean capturing someone and trying to prevent them from leaving. It's like feeding birds. They land on your opened hand because they trust you, because you don't grab them and put them in a cage. Of course, this only made it worse. She fetched a tissue from her purse to wipe away her tears with. I just gently smiled, the picture of indifference. Meanwhile, the flood had risen to the point that all I could see out the window was writhing, bubbling darkness. I'm a jerk, aren't I? I denied it. I insisted I never expected anything, that it was a pleasure to have her in my life for as long or as short of a time as she was available to me. I just want you to know, it's not like I had anybody in mind, she blubbered. It's not like I was looking for someone new. Oh, so she's found someone. May I ask who it is? She cast me a hesitant glance, as if it would make any difference to me at this point. There's this guy I met months ago. We had such a strong connection. Infatuation is what it is. I just can't move on with my life until I explore these feelings I have for him. I know I can't ask you to still be there waiting for me afterwards either. The window, riddled with a tangled mess of interconnected cracks, finally gave way. The black sea flooded torrentially into the diner, sweeping away tables and chairs around us. But she just kept talking. Even when the ceiling above us began to crumble, chunks of plaster splashing as they landed into the goo which had now risen to our knees. Well, I wouldn't want you to stay with me, always wondering what might have been with this other fellow. I don't want to be in a relationship with someone who regrets it, even a little bit. The ceiling groaned, on the verge of collapse, as droplets of black sludge dripped from the cracks still spreading across it. "You're being so reasonable about this," was the last thing out of her mouth I could understand. Her hair drenched in the sticky, horrid slime, now up to her nose. Everybody else up to their chests in it, casually waiting tables or paying for their meals, even as it continued to rise. The rain clouds outside finally parted to reveal a pitch-black, starless sky. "It's fine, really," I repeated as the ceiling caved in. "I feel nothing."
Kind of a fucking downer to end the stream on, but I actually wrote that for my ex. We talked about it. She's like, "You're gonna write this into a story, aren't you?" As she was breaking up with me, we were having tacos at the outside seating of a restaurant in downtown Portland, and I was like, "Yeah, I am." She's like, "Well, let me read it after you're done with it, so that I'm sure that there's nothing in there that I don't want you to share." And when she did read it, she came back to me crying. So I guess it must have been effective. I guess it has the power that I wanted it to. That's the hazard of dating a writer, and especially breaking up with one. Anyway, I hope you all are having a happy and festive spoopy season. There will be more creepypastas and more shitty spooper games, because we didn't even get through all of them tonight. I have more. And there are yet more that I have yet to download. And you can look forward to seeing those on Wednesday. Same ham time, same ham channel. That's 7 o'clock p.m. West Coast time to 11 o'clock p.m. This is your friendly neighborhood ham dad signing off and returning you to your regularly scheduled sleepy time.